Recording in progress.
Two, one.
Good evening, everyone. It's July 15th, 2025. We are here for a select board meeting. Chair Bernard Green is not able to join us today, so I will be chairing the meeting in his stead. We are first going to be entertaining a motion for executive session for the purpose stated in item 2 and to reconvene in open session. So the specific purpose is executive session pursuant to GL Chapter 30A, 21, Section A6, Purpose 6, for the purpose of considering the purchase and value of real property for 16 William Street, where the town has a right of first refusal to purchase the property. And 2B, executive session pursuant to General Laws Chapter 30A, Section 21A6, Purpose 6, for the purpose of considering the value of real estate at the following properties: 1234 Boylston Street, 1244 Boylston Street, 1268 Boylston Street, 1280 Boylston Street, 1290 Boylston Street, 1300 Boylston Street, 1330 Boylston Street, 593 Heath Street, 601 Heath Street, 603 Heath Street, 629 Heath Street, and 19 Tully Street. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Michael seconds.
You also have the executive session minutes to get.
We will also be considering executive session minutes for the dates of May 13th, 2025, June 4th, June 10th, June 17th, and June 24th. So Michael is seconded. Paul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. And again, we will be reconvening an open session once we conclude executive session.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
And we'll begin again in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening again. We're back in open session, and we will begin our open session with announcements and updates. Does anyone have any? John?
Yes, thank you, David. I just want to say a word or two. I think most people in Brookline are well aware that there was a unfortunate fire on Franklin Street this past week. Things I'm going to assume could have been much worse for the residents of that street, if not for the prompt response by our firefighters. Brookline.news did a, I think, excellent job of with a follow-up story that included some photographs by a local resident, Craig Haller, who I'm assuming responded to the scene with his camera. And I urge everyone to just check out the Brookline.news story, but check out the photographs, you know, and think for just a minute about what you're seeing in terms of firefighters who were literally, you know, splayed on the ground because of exhaustion. And I'm making an assumption there that that's what was behind what we see. But it sure looked like a case of, some firefighters who did everything, used every ounce of their energy and put themselves much in harm's way to make sure that people got out of that building on Franklin Street safely. And furthermore, firefighters who worked as quickly as possible in a situation in which there was a lot of smoke and et cetera, to get that fire extinguished as quickly as possible so that there wouldn't be damage to neighboring properties. So good for our firefighters. Our prayers go to the families of the housing on Franklin Street, some of whom are going to be in a rather, desperate situation for a little while they try to find replacement housing. And I urge everyone to read the story in Brookline.news because it's a great example of how reporting is part of who we are. It helps us to sort of understand who we are as a community and helps us to understand better, the situation of neighbors who right now, in the case of the Franklin Street neighbors, could use some help.
Thank you for that, John. Michael?
I'd like to bring everyone's attention to the 4th annual Art in the Park at Fairstead event that is happening this Sunday, July 20th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. There will be design office tours of the historic property. There will be performances and artwork, and food and beverages will be provided. So I encourage everyone on Sunday to take advantage of this community event.
All right, thank you for that. Any other announcements or updates? Seeing none, we will move into public comment. Tiffany?
Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, there's an opportunity at the conclusion of the Select Board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. The on-screen timer will flash orange when you have 30 seconds remaining and red when your time is nearly up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you are welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Any person speaking must begin their comment by identifying themselves with their full name and either their Brookline precinct number or street address. And I just want to note, we do have a public hearing on the agenda related to project eligibility letters for 2 properties. And so if you wish to speak on that, we ask that you hold your comments until the public hearing time. So the only speaker we had sign up in advance is Janice Kahn. Oh, that's right. Thank you. There was another one. Apologies, I've lost my place here. Judith Stitt. And Judith's online. Judith, I'm promoting you now.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Brookline Town Councilors. I'm Judy Stitt, calling from 16 Ware Street in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Thanks for this opportunity to offer a public comment. State law authorizes cities and towns to transition from electronic voting machines to hand-counted paper ballots to increase transparency and accuracy, reduce costs, and rebuild voter trust in elections. Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 54, Section 34, allows cities at least 90 days, or in towns, at least 90 days before a presidential election to move from electronic voting to other methods aligned with state-approved procedures to act in their community's best interests. Hand counting maximizes transparency and trust. Electronic voting machines, which may be convenient, do not provide transparency to earn voters' trust. Our constitutional right to vote in lawful elections for representative government is the grand right from which other rights emanate. Electronic voting machines can be hacked, though, and Colonel Sean Smith, U.S. Air Force retired, whose credentials I emailed you today, has observed, number 1, almost every major federal government department was repeatedly compromised in the last 5 years, most notably by SolarWinds supply chain cyber attack. Number 2, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency overseeing election security had its servers compromised for 10 months, but didn't know it. Number 3, some voting machines have 60 to 80 system-level software programs running in the background that no one, not even election officials, can access. Number 4, such complex systems can't be secured, which the Homeland Security and Defense Departments know, unlike election officials, understandably due to the machine's complexity. Are you aware that voting machines software is proprietary to the manufacturer? Key to our $27 trillion economy is our election system, which must be protected. Most countries now tabulate votes by secure hand counting, since convenience must not override safety. Hand counting ballots mitigates the risk of election results being altered through hacking. Municipalities must hand count if and when machines fail, so election managers should already know how to hand count ballots. Please implement a secure, cost-effective, transparent hand counting system. Over 40 Massachusetts towns now do, and some of their clerks have said they can serve as points of reference. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the speakers who signed up in advance of the meeting. Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to speak during public comment at this time? If so, please make your presence known. If online, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature. There are 12 participants in the room, 16 online, and it looks like no one is indicating their desire to speak.
All right, thank you, Tiffany. That brings us to miscellaneous, approval of miscellaneous items, licenses, and contracts, which we typically take up in omnibus fashion. But before we do so, do any board members have questions about any particular items or would like any of them to be considered separately?
Not a board member, but Tiffany Oliva, Assistant Town Administrator for Operations. I just wanted to point out that we need to pull item 6D, which is the Electric Vehicle Incentive Program grant, as that was not approved by the school committee prior.
All right, thank you for that. Any questions or any other items to be pulled? All right, then I move that we approve miscellaneous items, licenses, and contracts 6A through 6J, excluding 6D, which has been pulled. Go ahead, Michael.
Item 6A is the approval of meeting minutes, and there were a few small amendments.
Yes, I believe we caught those.
All right, so I'll add as amended to 6A. All right, so if we're ready to vote, John?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. That brings us to boards and commissions annual reports, presentation of the Age-Friendly City Committee's annual report to the Select Board.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Emily Williams. I'm the director of the Brookline Council on Aging and Senior Center.
And I'm Matthew Weiss. I'm the co-chair of the Age-Friendly Cities Committee.
We presented, we put together a kind of a fun PowerPoint for you just to make you aware of who we are, what we do, and how you can get involved. So we have our first slide. What exactly is Age-Friendly Brookline? Does anyone know? Well, basically, it's a collaboration amongst the town select board, the Brookline Council on Aging, and the Brookline Community Aging Network, also known as Brookline CAN. It's a really important initiative guided by the select board through appointed member committees such as Matt.
Right. And we have a number of people that are directly appointed, obviously, to the commission. And of course, as part of the commission, we have representatives from the town departments, from a number of the town departments. from the very beginning was the library. They were a big endorsement and a big help. Public health was very early, and a number of other departments.
And we actually have a vacancy right now. So I encourage anyone to apply. Also, the pledge is to ensure that there's full participation of older adults in town. They have a plethora of knowledge and experience, and it's important for them to be able to share that for the next generation. Age-Friendly Brookline is also a pledge that encourages activities that enhance the health and well-being of older adults. And it also assures strong supports for our more vulnerable older adults. We have about 12,000 older adults in town currently, and that number is expected to increase from 20% right now to about 30% in the next decade. So we're getting ready for that. This slide on the left is the letter addressed to Chairman Green in 2023.
Yeah, I want to point out that in 2012, the World Health Organization named Brookline its first community in New England to be an age-friendly city, and declared from their global effort of naming age-friendly cities. AARP in the last couple of years also got into the act and was very proud to name Brookline one of its age-friendly cities as a result. So people think a lot of us, and they keep an eye on us as we proceed.
So this is pulled directly from our website, and you can also see in the upper right-hand corner of the slide the actual logo. And I don't know if you've seen these posts around town, but they're in every entryway to the town of Brookline. So you can see that we have well representation, that we're an age-friendly community. But overall, the enacting resolution is as follows. It's an age-friendly cities committee. Duties will include refinement of the town's action plan and coordination and implementation of the action plan. Our committee will keep the select board informed about the progress of the initiative and make recommendations on policy issues that arise. And it will also, we will also monitor the progress of this initiative so we can achieve our objectives.
Agreed.
We have an 8-bullet mission statement, which I will read now. The first is to advise the select board on communications with the World Health Organization Global Network. If there's any updates or changes, then it's our responsibility to share those with you. Also to manage routine communications and report on the town's plans and progress. We are to prepare renewal applications for the network and submit them for review. We are to establish and recruit subcommittees focused on priority areas and then expand on them as needed. And we'll go into that in a second. We'll also be collaborating with every town department, board, and commission on certain initiatives as they apply. We will inform stakeholders and the public about activities in progress. We will promote interdepartmental communication on issues affecting older adults. And lastly, we'll support town entities in communicating effectively with older adults. So here we are, the 8 domains of livability. And these really put together the framework of what it looks like in each community. I believe there's, we're number 183 in the state that are age-friendly, but what these domains do is it creates flexibility amongst each unique community, whether it ranges from age-friendly housing initiatives like accessory dwelling units, or naturally occurring retirement communities, as an example, to outdoor spaces and buildings that are age-friendly and have great walkability, for example, in our local parks. Transportation, to make sure that all of our public and private transportation networks are age-friendly and safe for our older adults with or without disabilities. You can read the remainder of remaining 5, but this is a really important visual image to build the environment to make it an age-friendly community. If you can almost put a lens on every piece of work that we do from policy to action, this will help create a very age-friendly, good place for everyone to live and grow old together.
One of the things we focus on from the committee is communication. And especially now with less and less newspapers, and with difficulty in getting communication to people who don't necessarily have the technology, et cetera. So communication, one of the things we did very early on, Frank Carroll formed a subcommittee for a television show on Big. And that's the Age Friendly Cities Committee, Age Friendly Cities TV program. And that was to replace, there was an earlier one before, which is Betty Joel was the host of. It was a little different. And I'm the host of that, of the Age Friendly Cities TV. A number of you have been on that program. We've done 54 episodes. Every one of them is available on the Brookline Can Network or the Big Network on YouTube. And you can go back and find, some of the people here. Jazz, Paul Warren, John Franskoyak. And we're glad to have the new members. And in each case, it's been directed directly at people of an older age, older adults, as we call them, and giving them information about how those departments, how those people, how those functions communicate with older adults and serve them. And that's this one.
That's this one.
I was a little ahead of myself, but Brookline Can Network has, I'm going to expand on it, has something called a newsletter. And the Brookline Can newsletter, which is run by someone named Carol and a communications committee from Brookline Can. That newsletter is extremely informative and really worth taking a look at. In addition, we have a website on Brookline Can. And that website has the Age Friendly Cities TV shows. It has the newsletters. It has everything that's happened since 2012. That's run by John C., the webmaster. And finally, we have the Brookline Council on Aging and the Senior Center. And that's you.
Yep. But it really shows how you can work across departments collectively and also to get the word out. Like if you ever look at the Brookline Can website, you can see what's going on across different departments, Parks, Rec, Senior Center, Library, but it's like a one-stop shop as well. And actually, we'll be re-looking at our publications because as new residents of all ages move to Brookline, we want to make sure that they're aware of these resources. As an example, on the Brookline Can website, you're looking for a private contractor to maybe change light bulbs that you're unable to reach. You can go on that website for that. If you're looking for a public restroom, whether you have to change your child's diapers or you have to use the facility yourself, this is age friendly. This is all inclusive as a way to stay connected in town. Now to really bring it home, we're very happy to report this year we
2 minutes.
one of our local initiatives, which was with BU's School of Anthropology. So we had a few of their students come over to do a project with us to evaluate local parks, the libraries, as well as the senior center to identify if they are age friendly and dementia friendly, which is part of our public infrastructure in the domain wheel. You can see public infrastructure as one of them. The purpose was to design and refine a tool which will be replicated across multiple communities. It's kind of cool. We were the guinea pigs to do this, but it will be used throughout the state, senior centers, public parks, and libraries to be able to make it, an inclusive environment for all ages, whether someone has visual impairment, mobility concerns, or has a caregiver, for example. These are great. They developed a very accessible tool to be able to evaluate inclusivity as well as accessibility. And we can share this with you if you wanted to take a look at it yourselves. It will be available on our website very shortly. And we're taking it to the next level. For example, we met with the Parks Department, and what they were involved with was evaluating accessibility of their space. You can see in the lower right-hand corner, a man pushing his child in the stroller. So we shared this evaluation tool with the department head to be able to evaluate future parks or existing parks that haven't been a part of this student study. So we want to share it basically with everyone. And I'll go a little faster. The Community Health Improvement Plan. Other local initiatives will be, we are on the steering committee, so we'll be providing direct input to what that framework looks like as we roll out an action plan. And as a look ahead, we'll be redesignating ourselves with the AARP statute for an age-friendly Brookline. We're always reframing aging communications to make them inclusive. And lastly, we'll be applying our lens across all municipal services to really recognize the support that older adults contribute.
Excellent.
And we'll constantly mention street lighting.
Mhm.
You let me in. And I can't stop it because I think it's really important to keep in mind lighting for pedestrians, for sidewalks, as we go forward with everything we do. Because constantly that's been submerged under lighting in general for cars, for bicycles, and they're pedestrians, and not even for bicycles, frankly. So we really want to focus in the future, and you'll be hearing more of that.
Thank you very much for that presentation.
Thank you for your time.
And do we have any questions or comments from board members? Paul?
One question. First, thank you for your long service to our community. I appreciate all that you do, the two of you, newer service, but thank you. So you mentioned one of them, a thing that we should be doing more of. What are maybe one or two other things so you mentioned lighting, pedestrian lighting, which is different than that light that's 30 feet in the air. It's really ground level lighting for pedestrians. What other things should we be doing that we're not doing, or doing more of that we're not doing enough of for our seniors?
We have a list.
Mhm.
I'm sure it's a long list, but if you could focus on
It is.
the top.
I think the
Can you
focus-
come up to the mic?
Oh, excuse me. We have a list, and I don't have it handy, but things come to mind immediately. But for instance, when you saw the health, you saw the 4 priorities in the area of health. Every one of those is a big factor. Can we go back to that? Is it possible? Can we go back to that? I don't want to.
Thanks, Tiffany.
Yeah, you passed it. Okay.
Oh, I passed it?
Yeah. That's it.
Ah,
This comes out of the chip,
Right.
But if you look at it, financial security, now it applies to everybody, but we say that the Age Friendly Cities Committee, anything we do for older adults is just as valuable to others. Not everybody has the ability to focus on it or is as important to them at the moment, but it's important to all ages. For instance, we have automatic doors around the various stores. Hey, you're in a carriage, you want an automatic door, things like this. But financial security, key to everybody. That's a key in town. Access to social and health services. That's a key in town. Housing affordability, is that important? Right? So, and I would say, if I look at these are our main points. Whenever we have a meeting, housing affordability, access to services, and financial security are all aspects of what we discussed. So the focus will be in all of those.
Okay, thanks, Matt.
And if I could add to that
Okay.
briefly, transportation
Oh.
should be a #1 concern in the town, some kind of an intergenerational, inclusive transportation. We have 2 vans right now, technically 3. One's out of service amongst the COA, but if we had an additional 1 or 2 to provide microtransit on-demand services, that is a way to get people around town very easily, fully accessibly, but also affordably. So we would be subsidizing this.
It also helps reduce isolation, which is a real
Yeah.
big problem. Yeah.
I'll endorse that, by the way.
Yeah.
The transportation is something that comes up in everything we do.
Right.
That it's a key. We're talking about expanding all of Brookline rather than south and north,
Right.
and including them all. Transportation, right? There's so many things.
Thank you.
Just a question I have. I noticed under your actionable next steps included there, you have evaluation of existing space. Could you elaborate on that a bit?
Sure. As part of the study with the anthropology students, we wanted to take this tool kind of to the next level and go through other buildings as they refine it to really make it, to hone in on what a fully accessible bathroom, as an example, would look like. Then we would take that tool. But then step 2 to that is putting funding behind the building improvements. For example, the first floor bathrooms at the senior center are very low to the ground, don't have a wall behind it that really makes the toilet seat pop out for people with dementia or visual depth perception issues. So where would that funding come from is kind of the question mark. But it's definitely a goal to be able to put data to good use, kind of thing.
I see. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, John?
Just a quick comment to say that it has been a real pleasure of my time on the select board that I have been the select board's member on the Age Friendly Cities Committee. Matt has been just a terrific chair, and thank you, Matt, for the service you've given and will continue to give, and for everything you do. I mean, the show that you host, Age Friendly Cities Show, Matt probably doesn't necessarily need for everyone to know this, but he starts every meeting by saying, "Do we have a volunteer to take the minutes of this meeting?" And he always ends up being the volunteer who takes the minutes of the meeting, and he does an excellent job. Getting back to, so what does an age-friendly
Thanks to
city-
Zoom.
Huh? Thanks to Zoom. Yeah, I know. Zoom is great. But age-friendly cities, in large part, is all about making sure that the population in Brookline that are, in fact, our older residents, are always somewhere, in our minds and in our thoughts as we do all of the things we do, as we plan our parks, as we plan our library services, as we plan, you name it, all of the services that we provide in the town, that there will be consideration given to the needs of the town's older population. That's what the whole age-friendly cities movement is all about. And as Matt pointed out, it got started by the World Health Organization. It's a worldwide movement. Everywhere you go, there is the need to give some extra degree of consideration to the unique needs of people who are older. And here's my example. It's a very simple one. If you walk around Brookline frequently, especially in our North Brookline parts of town, you will come across benches. How do we plan where to put a bench? Well, in part, a consideration that should go into where you put a bench is that some people who are older, they don't walk as easily and as smoothly and with as much energy as people on the average. And they need to sort of pause in their walks and sit down for a little bit and catch their breath, and then they continue. And having a bench can actually be the difference between in the decision of someone who's older, getting out of their apartment, getting out of their housing unit and going for a walk. Because if they can stop in the middle of the walk to take a breather and just sort of watch the life go by for a few minutes, that might make the difference and get them out of their unit and break through some of that isolation that occurs. So there's many decisions like that that can get made, that if you make them in keeping in mind that everything we do needs to serve the population as a whole, and that includes those of us who are older. That's part of the age-friendly cities mission.
Michael?
Oh,
sorry. Go ahead.
Just one quick, one, I'm one that needs that when I walk around. And two, Frank Carroll spent almost 5 years, I believe, trying to get benches added and succeeded eventually.
Yeah.
And it's one of the things we're proudest of is the benches we have got. We need many more.
I just want to throw in there, if the DPW is listening, there's someone on Summit Ave, and I love her dearly, and she goes to every single meeting of the Council on Aging. And every time I see her, she says, can you help me get that bench on Summit Ave? So if people in the DPW are listening, there's maybe a place on Summit Ave for a bench that I know at least one person would appreciate very much.
Michael?
Thank you very much for the report and all of the progress you've made and the attention that you're giving to older adults. And I especially appreciated the 8 areas of livability, and I'm thinking about how that might apply to other populations as well as older adults. So thank you for that. You obviously are very tightly integrated into the community health improvement plan, and are looking at that as a vehicle for supporting older adults in town. I'm just wondering whether you have looked at other planning efforts or other goal setting or strategies for the town to make sure that those also include the concerns of older adults. I would mention the comprehensive plan, whatever we're doing with our housing production, our open space and transportation. There are committees that are certainly focused on those things. And I'm wondering whether you are also developing active relationships with all of those other various town public bodies and departments.
Our liaison keeps us attentive. And we do have, in fact, in our agenda, the comprehensive plan, a number of those items are covered, and when they're not, they're brought up. So there's absolutely no question. And when anything's happening on them, they become primary.
And I encourage everyone to participate in our monthly meetings as well, because we always have a public speaker from another department. So it's almost like a twofold where we learn about their initiatives and they learn about how to apply an aging lens to make it cross-collaborative kind of thing. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that presentation. It's greatly appreciated. And that brings us to boards and commissions, interviews with candidates for various boards and commissions, parks and recreation. As a reminder, at our last meeting, we interviewed 3 candidates. And for this meeting, we are interviewing 4 more. There are currently 2 available positions. So first up is Michael O'Connor.
You can approach the podium.
Hello, I'm Michael O'Connor. I guess, do I go over my experience to begin with? Sure.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So I guess my professional experience is in architecture. I'm an architectural designer in the architecture and planning world. And right now, sort of in the historic preservation, public housing, mostly public bid work. So lots of public process experience from the side of the architect. I've also been on the owner side of things. I've worked in campus planning at Harvard and Cambridge. I've looked at sort of space management, space use, different applications. I worked alongside lots of the capital project managers on some of the larger restoration projects around campus, and then also just the day-to-day space management, sort of smaller projects. So I sort of saw a multitude of scales across both campus, all over Cambridge, and then now in my current position, sort of all over Massachusetts, all over Boston, lots of small town work. And everything is very public focused. And I've been in lots of public engagement meetings, community driven design meetings. And so that's sort of me professionally, but sort of more, I guess, philosophically or academically. I studied architecture. I have a master's degree in architecture, and then with a concentration in urbanism. So I'm very academically interested in urban design, urban planning, parks planning, ecological design, sort of lots of these like modern movements of how can you integrate public planning and public process with the community that it engages with, and then also with the environment, and how can it be climate responsive. And so that's sort of my headspace where I come from. And then I guess my overall interest just as a person is in fun park spaces around town. I'm in a Brookline park every day, and that's why I took interest in the commission.
All right, thank you. Any questions from board members? Michael.
Have you attended any meetings of the Parks and Recs Commission.
I have, yeah.
And what were your impressions of things that worked well or things that you would like to see improved?
Well, I think for my first couple meetings, we received, or I guess the commission received presentations about like urban design guidelines, that things that the DPW was working on. And then more recently about kind of like the budget proposals for the ice rink, things like that. I think that like that sort of integration is really nice, but I also understand that like it's not possible to bring so many, and also the meetings being kind of later and like after work hours. I don't know. I think that more people should be exposed to like that level of presentation, or even the one we just watched. I think it would be good kind of like in that meeting level to bring more public interest into it. And I wouldn't be 100% sure on how to do that, but I think it would be something to look into.
Anyone else?
Paul's
Paul?
John, did you want to?
I'll follow you.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Paul.
Thank you for your application. Appreciate you coming forward. So our parks are under tremendous pressure. Multiple uses. I think you heard Matt Weiss from the Aging Cities Committee talk about accessibility with benches. We have folks that are using the parks for organized sports. We have the parks being used for pickup sports. People that just want to, walk and enjoy nature, run their dog as part of the Green Dog program. There's a lot of competing interests. How do you find balance so that it's an equitable experience for everybody?
Yeah. Well, I think it's somewhat, I feel like, built in already in the way that the parks undergo the review process every few like a circle of years, and then like how Griggs is under redesign proposals right now. I think the way that they come under review, it needs to be taken into kind of it becomes modernized like in that way. But I think that as you balance all these different attributes while you redesign the park, it takes, I think, public representation from all these different groups that use it. Like a large topic at the last meeting was about how at Amory there's been lots of pickup volleyball games, and they're interfering maybe with the baseball games. And I think the consensus was, this is just a pickup thing. We can't. It's their right to use it, and if they want to, they can pull permits. I think that the balance is sort of built in that it's such a public amenity. But I think in the way that you steer the ship is through like the redesign process. So bringing in the right people at the right times, like representatives from maybe the Council on Aging, things like that, as you work to make the parks more accessible and inclusive to everybody.
Thank you.
John?
So this is a question I'm asking of all of the applicants, just because a couple of issues came up within the past year or so that were, important issues that the Park and Rec made decisions on. The one I want to highlight is the decision about the ice rink, which, after a lot of discussion of whether there should be a new location for a much larger rink with a cover and all that, and, different dimensions so that it could serve the interests of hockey leagues. The decision was made to just replace and refurbish I should say replace, excuse me, but in the same spot and with the same dimensions, the existing ice rink. Is that a decision you think they made wisely? Did you agree with it at the time?
Well, I was not present at the decision at the time, but I know of that topic and sort of how it went. And I think, yeah, I think I agree with it, but I also, I don't know, I enjoyed kind of the historic, or I don't know, the charm of the existing ice rink. I also, as like a historic, with my experience in historic preservation, I'm always for using what exists for as long as it could possibly be, or kind of like the cheap, or like the most sustainable way to build something is to use what is already built, things like that. But I also understand the point of view that, the outdoor ice rink versus something that might be like more accessible to like larger groups, things like that, could bring in more draw for the public. So I think in the way that it will hopefully become more accessible to more groups, I do agree.
And the other topic that I wanted to just, I've been asking everybody, do you have anything you want to say about uses of the municipal golf course?
Not specifically, I don't think.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
All right, a question I have for you. I see that for a time you worked on space planning at Harvard.
Yeah.
And did that experience or any other experiences you have, does that help inform you in terms of any priorities you might have if you join Parks and Recreation?
I think so. I think that experience was sort of unique in that it was working for an institution, and that institution's vested interest was at all times to support the faculty in their endeavors. And so I thought it was interesting because now in public bid work, it's a lot, it's budget constricted and things like that get in the way of the public interest, or, it's just the reality of public bid work. But, with the way that the budget flows over there, they can cater to the faculty's, whim and need, and really bring the faculty into every meeting if they want. Like owner, architect, contract, and faculty would meet, once a week sometimes. And I think that the prioritizing and the way that they would bend over backwards really for, the end user in construction projects is something that I haven't seen before. So I think that in the way that, a town would manage parks, it should be to cater to the end user, which is the public at all times or wherever possible.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And no vote will be taken today, but certainly your remarks will be factored in. And next we have Katya Lucic.
Hi, Katya Lucic, Precinct 1. Why I'm here?
Can you move the mic up?
This
Yeah.
one?
Yeah, just closer. Yeah, there you
Close.
go.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm an architect, planner, urban designer, and I've been working for 30 years. 20 years I've been living in Brookline. And why I'm here now, I think for first time I'm not traveling anymore as much as I used to, so I would like to give back to community. And we in Brookline, we have inherited such a great green space. And we are so lucky that we have 100 years ago, we have a great civic planners that they thought about what would happen here. And now we are getting many more people, and we still need to protect what we have today and bring it to the next generations. And there is a climate change. There is cost that's tremendously high, higher than ever. And we can see what has happened in the last 5 years. And you have many capital projects, I'm sure that, and a lot of prices and expenditure is getting larger and higher. Also, money and maintenance of the buildings, of the parks, and everything that you have is getting tremendously higher. So how we can look at that together? I think I have an expertise and good perspective on that. I led multidisciplinary teams. I worked on different sites. I worked as planner, architect, urban designer, and I continue to work that, but in less capacity than I used to be before. So I hope I'll be able to help you, and thank you for all your work. I voted for many of you, so I think I know all of you. But also thank you. It was so great to hear the group from the senior committee. So I'm looking forward, maybe in 10 years, I'll be part of that group, because once I retired and I get to that age. So thank you for having me here, and yeah, shoot with the questions and then we'll go.
All right, so who has a question?
I'll start this time.
Go ahead, John.
You may have heard the question I asked.
Yeah.
So do you want to speak to the
So one is,
issues, the ice rink?
Ice rink, yeah.
Yeah, and the other is just whether you have some ideas that you might want to air having to do
Yeah.
with the golf course.
I think for ice rink, you developed, you had somebody who was helping you, giving different options, and you priced
Yes,
different
yes.
options. And I think that you have good information to that inform you to bring decision that you have made. I think what happens is when you bring something new to the scenic environment of Low Olmsted, it has to be very special because you are in already very historic landscape. So you cannot do it cheaply. And then the way, not, I wouldn't say cheaply, but less inexpensive. And then with all the maintenance that you would need to put into the managing these new facilities, it's another thing, how you're going to manage it. And also ice rink as it is, from the point of view, creating a certain level of, you have ice, you have zambonis, you have all the different things that happen. And to having, it's a big cost. And also just providing parking for the people that will come, changing the rooms that will happen with that type of facilities is going to be quite expensive. So perhaps, I'm sure you made the right decision. So I don't know, very often I work in the world where we have a big donors, and then it's much easier. And here we have a public facility. So we are not really, those facilities can be very expensive. So
And the golf course, any ideas?
golf course, I'm not a golf player, but I walk around that golf course and I really enjoyed it. And so I know that you're just doing that. You're just in the process. So I've seen different golf courses, and some of them are used for different things. In the times when we used to have a lot of snow, people will go and have a possibility to, when nobody's playing golf, they are doing some winter sports or things like that. But I don't know, climate is changing, so we have to be careful.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Paul?
I thank you for coming this evening. So same question as I asked the other individual. There's a lot of pressure on our parks. We've got ball fields, children playing games, organized sports, pickup games. I think we heard about Amory tonight from one of the other applicants.
Yeah.
Green dog programs, people that want to just enjoy the park and sit and be in nature. How do we make it all work? How does it, it's really an issue of equity and equitable access. How does it work?
We have to listen to everybody, I think, and all different users. We need to do a lot of surveys. We need to have a data. And also, we need to repeat that in the cycles because things are changing. I mean, every 5-10 years. Every 5 years, I think there is a change. And we need to analyze that. And then we need to do our decisions. But we need, I think we shouldn't follow our impulses. And I know that we come with ideas, oh, I want to do this or that. I think in my role as advisory role, I think I can bring my expertise of how to look at data, how to design, how to come with new policies, how to help with capital projects, managing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Michael?
And I'll follow the pattern of asking you the same question that I've asked others. First of all, thank you for your application. I'm interested is if you've attended any of the meetings of the Parks and Recs Commission, and if so, what you find works in those meetings and what doesn't.
I didn't have opportunity to attend meetings. I watched some of the meetings recently, just when decided to apply for this position. And I think meetings are run well, but I think we also need to have a lot of, and I think there are a lot of changes all the time. And in a way that we I like the synergy of the group, and I like the way they approach decision making. And I think I like that the group we have different ages in the group, and I think that's very inclusive. And I think each of commissioners, I'm sure, is also having different audience that will become also making a kind of consensus making for the future projects.
Thank you.
Question I have, in your application materials, you address ecological restoration, sustainability. Do you have any initiatives in mind around those subject areas if you end up on Parks and Recreation?
I think every project I think every project needs to look at that. Each project. I think we cannot go forward without looking at that.
Okay.
I don't know, if we have things are expensive, it will go through the budgets, but I think every project.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Our next applicant is Vinayak Venkataraman.
And
everybody.
Vinayak is online.
Can you guys hear me?
We can, yes, welcome.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. I'm Vinayak Venkatraman, calling from South Brookline, actually across from the golf course. My wife and I recently bought a house in Brookline. We previously were renting close to Cleveland Circle and Washington Square, and we've loved our time here. Previously, I was living in Cambridge for 7 or 8 years when I was in my medical training. I'm currently a physician and medical oncologist at Dana-Farber, and my primary passion, both in my career and also my life, is supporting young adults, both teenagers and those in their 20s and 30s, through their cancer journey, as well as focus on their general health. And one of my primary interests in the Parks and Recreation Committee is the role of exercise and recreation, and both team-based and individual sports, and ensuring that we have space for people of all ages, so not only young adults, but also those of all ages, knowing that exercise and good physical fitness and healthy lifestyles is important across ages, and having access to both to sustainable and accessible parks and recreational activities is critical to ensuring that all of our members of our town are able to live their best lives. And so, I'm new to Brookline, so haven't been as involved as maybe others have been in the governance. But as a new member, I'm very excited and passionate. As I mentioned, we bought a house and we hope to live here for a long period of time, and really want to invest in the community. I live across from the Robert Lynch Golf Course, and often when working from home and going for walks after lunch, I go to the Skyline Park, and Lars Anderson Park is one of my wife and I's favorite locations. And so really love the park system, love the recreational system, and want to do everything I can as a resident to support it. So happy to take any questions.
All right, who would like to go first? John?
Hi, and thanks so much for applying to us for this position on the Park and Rec Commission, excuse me. I hope you heard that I've been asking all the candidates for their view on whether the Park and Rec Commission within the past year made the right decision by deciding to do a basic replacement of the ice rink at Lars Anderson in its current location. A much more upgraded and modern facility, but still an open air ice rink, not a ice facility for hockey leagues and so on. So do you disagree or agree with that decision? And then furthermore, you mentioned the golf course, and I just wondered if you had any thoughts on future of the golf course.
Yeah, absolutely. As I mentioned, I'm new to Brookline, so I wasn't part of those conversations. But in relation to hockey, I partly I think it sounds like there's a lot of community engagement and conversation about how to proceed with the Lars Anderson hockey rink and being an outdoor facility. And there is an indoor facility closer to Cleveland Circle that, is available. And so I think it sounds like there was a compromise made between the different stakeholders in that conversation. So, I generally support, both in my professional practice and also in this role, making sure that we're engaging the full community, all participants, and ensuring that everyone's voice is heard. And it sounds like in this case, you can never make anyone or everyone happy in a decision, but it sounds like it was made in a thoughtful manner. With relation to the golf course, I think it's challenging. Obviously, golf is a very specific sport, and just personally, I love tennis, which is also a very specific sport, and it's not one that everyone is engaged in. But I think what I like about the Robert P. Lynch, and as someone who doesn't actually myself golf, is that my wife and I can go across the street and have a really nice brunch or host of people at the cafe and the Hemlock Grill, and it still is, even though it is focused on golf, there are still aspects that allow for community engagement and opportunity to bring people together. We've been at least just like observing different social functions that go on there that can be very special, both graduations and other celebrations. And so I think the Hemlock Grill in that space is really helpful to facilitate that. And I think there are people like myself who don't necessarily see us as the country club golfing contingent, but a public golf course that's very accessible and easy to access does bring a diverse population that I think could benefit from having a full golf course. Whether or not it's a full golf course versus transitioning some of the golf course to different usages. Again, similar to the prior response, we have to engage the community to make sure that everyone's voice is heard, but ultimately not everyone is necessarily going to be fully happy or fully content with the decision. But I think the golf course as it is, just to summarize, is a special and very meaningful place to the community, and also to myself, just even as a new resident and having accessed it. And so I think as long as we continue to have it be a place that's accessible, sustainable, and open to everyone in Brookline, I think it's a special place that we should preserve in some fashion.
Thanks. Thank you for the answer.
Paul?
Yep. Thank you for coming. Anybody who survived residency, fellowship, and what you've been through to get to where you are is ready for Park and Rec, I think. And also to add to your bucket list, we actually hold our offsite at the Lynch Golf Course. And with you being right across the street, you can pop over and participate in an exciting engagement. But similar, I'll ask the same question I've asked the others. You had mentioned early on that you do have a specific interest in active sports and healthy lifestyles. There's a tremendous amount of pressure on our parks, specifically in South Brookline, but also in North Brookline, where the density is a little bit higher. Your thoughts on, God bless you, your thoughts on how we can make it all work. If you go to any active park, early evening, you'll see a host of folks playing different types of activities and whatever. How do we make it all work?
Yeah, great question. It's part of it is as a doctor, you can't make everyone happy, and I think as in Parks and Recreation, you can't make everyone happy. I think you just have to understand where everyone's goals are and what their mission is, and parks are open from dawn to dusk, and if there's a way that we can incorporate people's interests across that 12-hour or whatever span, depending on the year, I think that is one way. And then just like in my personal fitness journey, like I love playing tennis, but oftentimes you have to compete with pickleball players. And just as a funny example, and I have liked in the Baker Elementary School that rather than having both sides, for pickleball, like some other courts, like for example in Cambridge where I lived, they would actually have like one court of tennis also be a court for pickleball, whereas like at the Baker School rink, they've or the Baker School tennis courts, they've purposely had both sides of the tennis court be pickleball courts. So rather than having one set of pickleball players use one court, it actually is able to distribute between two courts, And, I think people have to bring their own pickleball nets, but at least, maybe as a Parks and Rec, we can think about ways to support some of that equipment being on site. But so you sort of like creative situations like that where, obviously like a tennis player and a pickleball player are going to have like two different ambitions for the courts that they share, but there might be a way that allows both to participate in a way that is equitable and fair. And so I think just having, making sure that everyone's voices are heard, and also we have ground rules in place where everyone, sort of feels it's fair, and it may not be the most ideal, but at least like fair allocation of scarce resources. I think that's like probably the best forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Also on a similar theme, you talk in your application about supporting diverse physical fitness. Do you have any specific ideas that you would like to see within our parks that would support diverse forms of physical fitness?
Yeah, no, I mean, just going back to the tennis and pickleball, like, they're expensive sports. Like it's sometimes hard to get the equipment that you need to play tennis, to play pickleball, to play some of the sports that, you do have access to as a Brookline resident, but you might not have the equipment. Or like beyond that, like just having access to basketball, volleyball, facilities and also equipment. So rather than assuming that someone is going to bring it from home, like having that access in some manner, like it doesn't either rental or sort of like reserving time on whatever physical either the court or the field. That's important. And then I think also I really like, for example, the financial aid. I learned tennis through because my parents invested in me playing tennis, and they had the funds to allow me to have a coach. Some people don't have access to those resources, and I really like the idea of like the financial aid program to make sure that all kids across ages are able to access the same both camps and other whatever fitness or physical health journey that they want to take. And so I think making sure that we're as a town supporting that not only the people who have access to those equipment and have access or the social capital of having parents who invest in that, making sure that everyone has access to those not only facilities but also their training. I think that is like one way to make sure that it's equitable and accessible.
All right, thank you. Michael?
Thank you very much for your application. I'm wondering if you've attended any meetings of the Park and Rec Commission, and if you had any thoughts about things that worked well or things that you would like to see improved.
Oh, great question. I just because we're so new to Brookline, we haven't had the opportunity. So it's definitely something, now that I am part of the Brookline community, and it's a place that we really want to invest our lives in and build a family in Brookline. I definitely hope to, but I haven't personally done so myself, but it's something that I definitely want to in the future, regardless of whether or not I'm selected for this position.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And next up for tonight, Deborah Hatzi-Leftheriadis.
Good job. Hi, I'm Deborah Hatzi-Leftheriadis, Debbie Hatz. Most people know me as. The reason that I applied is that I'm a lifelong Brookline resident, and I also raised 5 children here. I was an athlete, and I coached many of my kids' teams. I was on the board for Brookline Youth Hockey, Brookline Youth Baseball. So I'm a retired police officer. So I've pretty much been to every park in the town, I think. And, as I got older, I realized my fondest memories were at the different parks in Brookline. And I just, I have been to a lot of meetings, and I really respect the way, as a kid, you just play there. As a parent, you bring your kid there. But, I realized all the work that's put into the parks, and I just am really fond of the way the Brookline takes care of its parks, and I just want to be a part of it.
All right, questions? Michael?
Well, I'll start with the same question. It seems like you started to answer. you've been to many of the meetings, as you said. I'm wondering if there are things in particular about the way the meetings are run that you like, or whether ways that you think that the meetings can be improved.
So I just love that. I feel like everybody's heard. And, each park has a different flavor or a different need. And I feel like that those issues are addressed and people are heard here. I was trying to think of things that I didn't like, and I don't know, I couldn't think of any. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Hi, Debbie, and thank you for applying for this position.
Sure.
Excuse me. So do you want to comment on your view of whether the right decision was made on the ice rink? I think you're pretty familiar with
Yeah, where should I begin?
it. And also just your view in general on the future of the golf course.
Yeah, so I am thrilled about Lars Anderson. I mean, the rink, the open rink, to me, the park is a gift to us. And I feel like the open rink is, just a beautiful addition to that beautiful park. And that if we had done the other, I feel like it would have really damaged the park. So I'm thrilled that it's there. And as you know, I'm on Friends of Lars, which if I get this position, I would step down from there. And we worked really hard because we love the park so much. As far as the golf course, I'm not a golfer. That's one sport that I didn't do or don't do, but the restaurant, somebody else mentioned the restaurant is fabulous.
Mhm.
And I think people don't really know about it. And it's so beautiful there. My grandson plays on the high school golf team. And so I sit there sometimes and it's beautiful. So I would say, to promote the restaurant a little more and then the winter activities. I didn't know until I started going to the meetings that the snow, the snowshoeing and the winter events that they have there. So I think it's, it's just not a golf place. It's a beautiful, all year round place to be.
Thanks. I do want to highlight something you said in your answer, because I know I've been asked about it, and that is, your position with Friends of Lars Anderson Park. And people want to know, but, would it be appropriate if someone was on the Park and Rec and on, I think you were actually chair, right? Of
Yeah.
Friends of Lars Anderson Park. And I heard you say you would step aside
I would.
in that position.
Yeah, I would.
Which I have to say, I think is the right approach to take. And
I agree. There's no, when I thought this through, I knew that that would be something I would have to give
yeah,
up,
yeah,
to be
great.
fair, and no problem.
Yeah.
Paul?
Thanks.
Deb, there's no surprises tonight. First, thank you for your service to our community.
Sure.
Greatly appreciated.
My
No cribos. So lots of pressure. You said you raised kids, you went to the various activities, a lot of pressure on our parks,
Yep.
right? A lot. And it's not going to get any better unless we acquire some more park space or start doing stuff. How do we make it all work? It's just love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a big question. It is a big issue. Again, each park has its own flavor and its own wants and needs. And I do think Brookline does a good job in addressing those with each park. So I think to continue to do that, basically, make sure that the rules and the standards at each park is known, posted there, the Green Dog program, make sure that it's posted places. If an issue comes up, to address it, if kids are, if the animals are there later than they should be there, we have animal control. I think that, everybody should be heard. And then you look at the space, you look at the size of the park, you look at who's coming, and then you figure out the best way to do it fairly with everybody being heard, and you do the best you can. I mean, some people aren't going to be happy, of course, but you do the best that you can with each park and the space that's there.
Thanks, Deb.
Yep.
I notice in your application materials that you have spent significant time on Brookline Green Space Alliance.
Yeah.
How has your work with them, how does that help inform what you would do on Parks and Rec?
It just, again, the passion that these boards have, and about, the green space, there were, different things that they do about the environment and the trees and things that I just was so impressed with, that we take care of our town and our parks. And that, I just want to bring that, continue to bring that passion with Parks and Rec. I love this town. Obviously, I'm still here, and I just would love to keep doing that. I mean, you just think, I'm on the Hall of Fame committee also, and one of our inductees, the first thing he said, he was talking about Devotion Park, and when he moved into Brookline, he was like in 4th grade or something, and how he went to the park, and that's where he made his friends. And so, you know, it reminded me, like, it's just, they're just so special. And my 91-year-old mother used to sit at Marion Park. So as an you know, like, and that was her solace. So I just, I just feel really passionately about it. I think we're so blessed to be in Brookline and have these beautiful places. And I just, you know, just want to be a part of it.
All right, thank you. All right. So that concludes our interviews for today. Again, there will be no votes taken today, and we will likely take this up again in early August. So now to our next item, which is a public hearing on project eligibility letter applications for 1280 and 1330 Boylston Street.
Yeah.
Good evening, select board members. Okay, thank you so much. My name is Attorney Jesse Schomer. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Dane Torpy in downtown Boston.
Could you speak into a little closer to the microphone?
How's that?
Perfect.
A little bit better? Great, thank you very much. So with me tonight, select board members are members of the development team, including representation from City Realty, Cliff Kensington, Director of Acquisitions from City Realty. Behind me is representation from the architect, Feingold Alexander Architects, Tony Shao. I didn't want to mispronounce his name. And then Jennifer Gilbert, who you all will know very well, I'm sure, from her many years of experience in Brookline local permitting. She's going to be assisting with the permitting of this project. We're pleased to be before you tonight to present a proposal for 2 Chapter 40B developments at adjacent parcels located at 1280 and 1330 Boylston Street. So I'll run through a couple of presentation slides to give you the broad overview of the project that we're proposing, and then walk you through some of the floor plans. Tony will back up there. The other members of the team are also available for questions, and then we'll talk about a little bit briefly of the 40B process and the timeline, and answer any questions you all may have. But you have a long agenda before you tonight, so we won't take up too much of your time tonight. So moving on to the next slide, this, if you can see, this is a aerial view of the project site, and hopefully the mouse will show up here. I'm highlighting the development sites here, as I mentioned, located at 1280 and 1330 Boylston Street. I'm sure you all are very familiar with the site. It's, in my view, in the town of Brookline and near the line with Newton, it's one of the most perfect development sites that are available in the entire town. You can see on the plan that's highlighted here that essentially every amenity for residents of this project are available in the neighborhood. You've got the street mixed use facility across Boylston Street. Farther down across the Newton Town Line, you have the Chestnut Hill Mall. There's, in addition to the shops, supermarket, Star Market here, there's a gym down in the Atrium Center here, shops, gym, grocery stores in this location here, medical centers, essentially everything residents will need in close proximity that will not need to rely on single occupant vehicle transit in order to utilize these amenities. In addition to the commercial amenities in the area, I've also highlighted a number of recreational amenities in the area, including the Soul Rec Center. There's municipal offices. The Brookline Fire Department is approximately 1 mile south of the plan here. MBTA commuter rail, Green Line station is located about half a mile just up off of the plan in this location here. And we've also highlighted the orange line, the bus line, which runs through the area here, and a bus stop actually right next to the project site at this location here. There's ample precedent in this area for dense multifamily housing. As I've also highlighted, there's LCB in the site directly next door. We've got Avalon down Boylston down here, Chestnut Hill Towers, among others in this area. So really everything the future residents of this project could want or need is available in this area, close proximity. Just by way of some background of the history of this site, the total project area, it's 2 parcels that we're proposing to develop in separate projects. And we'll explain the reason why it's 2 projects in just a moment, but it's a total of 5.34 acre site. City Realty acquired that in May of 2024, and they've been engaged since the fall of 2023 with the town on proposals to redevelop the site with various proposals. The goal of this was to go to town meeting last May for a vote on a rezoning of the site. There have been a number of meetings that have taken place since then. At this point, the future prospects for the redevelopment of the site are unclear. So City Realty has made the determination to essentially cover all their bases by filing a proposal to develop the site as is permitted under Chapter 40B with residential housing only and no mixed use components. So highlighting the site, this is a conceptual architectural site plan which highlights the 2 projects, and I'll just, the mouse can really illustrate the division line of the 2 project sites here. What we're calling the east parcel, we're designated as 1280 Boylston Street. The west parcel is 1330 Boylston, although it comprises four tax lots at this moment. They'll be consolidated and divided into 2 separate parcels for this development. As is noted on the plan in front of you, the 1280 Boylston project proposes 2 12-story buildings. There's also a parking structure, and we'll get into a little bit more detail on the buildings, comprising a total of 540 rental units. Under Chapter 40B, 25% of the units must be permanently deed restricted as affordable at 80% of area median income. So that's 135 units. And there will be 483 parking spaces on this portion of the site. Now, when you move to the west parcel, or 1330 Boylston, we're proposing 2 7-story buildings. This will be an age-restricted rental development. So it'll be restricted for seniors at, seniors in quotations, I would say, 55 plus. And as with the other project, deed restricted as affordable for at least 25% of the units, and that'll be 61 of those units. There are proposed 194 parking spaces on that site. So we now move to the project floor plans, and I'll hand over to Tony to walk through his firm's buildings. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Tony Shaw. I'm principal with Feingold Alexander Architects. So as a further descriptor, what we're showing on this particular image is the ground floor plan. And again, starting on the left-hand side, the west parcel, what you're seeing here is essentially the garage parking development that occurs underneath the residential portions. And it really consists of essentially garage spaces. This particular instance here, the corner masses to a 5-story garage and then single-story underneath here. This secondary building right here is a single-story garage underneath that building. And then as we move to the east parcels, it continues again with a single-story garage underneath this portion of it. And then over here, it's a combination of a single-story garage under the front part facing Boylston Street, and then a 5-story garage at the back of the site, which comprises the numbers that just were alluded to. The real development here is to manage to provide the bulk of the parking within each individual building development, but there also will be surface parking areas, as you can see here in my mouse, along flanking on Boylston Street, and we are essentially going to keep the existing curb cuts that exist. So we're not proposing to change or modify those, so that will continue to remain intact. And then there will be a subdivision road down the middle, which splits right at the middle of the 2 parcels, which will further connect to the back side of the site, which is providing garage access into the development over here. And similarly over here on the right and here. And then flanking between all of these 2 buildings are a series of outdoor courtyards, which will be developed as outdoor green spaces here and here. As we continue up to the plan directly above the garage level, so all these buildings largely consisted of a mixture of studios, ones, and two-bedroom units of varying sizes and percentages. And for all intents and purposes, this is, as we said, all residential development. So each one of these floor plans illustrates the breakdown of those units. I won't get into the details here, but this is how each of those units will be dispersed across the buildings so that they will have a mixture of different types. And then again, at the far right building here, in the east parcel, this portion of it will comprise a 5-story garage here to accommodate the required number of cars here. And similarly on the far building on the left, this is also a 5-story garage as well to accommodate the required number of cars to service the development as a whole. And then as we just continue up to the more typical floor plans, it largely consists of all apartments, again, with a mixture between studios, ones, and twos across the nexus of these developments. So this really breaks down, again, based on those percentages that we were just alluding to. I think it is in the proposal files. If there are questions about the numbers, we can certainly get at that. But these comprises the development of the typical floor plans. Again, these two on the left, as a reminder, are 7-story buildings, and the two on the right are proposed as 12-story buildings. And then finally, when we get into development, these are just very conceptual in terms of development, but the intent is that you can see here on the two buildings, this is facing on Boylston Street, looking towards the site. So the two buildings on the left or the east side are the 12-story buildings, and then they lower to the 7-story buildings on the right here as related to this elevation. In a similar fashion, you're just flipping to the Heath Street view. This is again looking at the backside of it where we see the 7-story buildings here, the two pair of them, and then the two 12-story buildings here, and then the 5-story structured parking garages here in the corner and here at the backside of this building here. So I'm going to turn it back.
Thanks, Tony. So just to run through some additional metrics for the proposed project. This is the elevation for 1280 Boylston. As Tony mentioned, this is conceptual at this point in the permitting process. I would say that the plan details, we're looking at the project from like a low Earth orbit level of detail. It's very, very conceptual at this stage. So the final product will look significantly different from this, but this is just to give you an idea. This project is proposed to be phase 1 of the development of the site. As I mentioned, two 12-story buildings, 540 dwelling units, and we've broken down the mix there. The one item to note is there's 57 3-bedroom apartments. That is a requirement of the state that at least 10% of the apartments in these 40B projects be 3-bedroom units that are considered suitable for families. As I mentioned previously, 25% of the units will be deed restricted as affordable at 80% of the area median income. This will not be age restricted, so it will be open to all workforce housing, families, and seniors. These will be elevator fed buildings, so seniors could certainly move into these buildings, and all of the units, because they're elevator fed, would be adaptable as accessible units. Typically for this sort of project, if supported by the town, and I assume the town would support this, there can be a local preference for the initial rent up of these buildings, and that's up to 70% if there's a support by the municipality, and we would certainly support that as well. To the next slide, as I mentioned previously, this proposes 483 parking spaces, 91% of which will be covered in the garages. There will be visitor parking, designated parking for ride-share vehicles, Ubers, DoorDash, and whatnot. We initially proposed to debundle the parking from the unit rents, which means that residents would not have a dedicated parking spot that comes with their unit. They need to rent that separately from the ownership. And the purpose of that is to discourage vehicle ownership and encourage residents to rely more on public transport. As Tony mentioned, the site access is using the existing curb cuts essentially on Boylston Street. There is a secondary access on Heath Street, and the buildings will have programmed amenity spaces on the ground floor and on the outdoor courtyards. The programming of those is to be determined at this point. So moving to the 1330 Boylston Street project. This will be phase 2 of the development. And the reason why this is to be developed separately is because there are existing leases in this building. So the timing of when this building had come online is to be determined at this point. So the plan now would be to develop the first portion of the site first, which is now unoccupied, and then move to this portion of the site once the first is completed. This is proposed as 2 7-story buildings with the unit mix outlined there. Again, the 10% 3-bedroom units and 61 deed restricted affordable units at 80% of AMI. This project is proposed to be an age-restricted project, as I mentioned, 55 plus. It'll be subject to the federal HOPA guidelines, which require that at least 80% of the units be occupied by at least one person over the age of 55 plus in order to qualify as a age-restricted project. City Realty would be partnering with a specialty operator of senior housing for this project, and that's essentially the senior and age-restricted nature of this project is the primary reason why it's being developed separately from the remainder of the site. As with the other portion of the project, we will be supportive of the 70% local preference for local residents at initial rent up. And as with the other project, this will be elevator fed, so 100% of the units will be either ADA accessible or adaptable to be accessible. This project proposes 194 parking spaces, 92% of which are in the garages. There's, as with the other project, visitor parking and ride share and et cetera. And the same statistics apply to this portion of the project as well, the Boylston Street access, emergency access on Heath. And the amenity spaces will be programmed to be determined. So just to move to it, there's a lot of words here, and I won't read and I won't highlight every single point here, but just a brief overview of where we are in the permitting process. We're very early in the Chapter 40B process. My practice at Dane Torpy is primarily focused on Chapter 40B development. So this is the bulk of my practice, and I do this all day and every day, essentially. So I'm very familiar and happy to answer any questions that you may have, although I'm sure you are very familiar with the 40B process, as is the town planning staff. Essentially where we are today, we have recently filed as of July the 2nd. We ruined their 4th of July weekend. We filed with Mass Housing for project eligibility letters for these 2 projects. Typically, that process takes 60 to 90 days. Mass Housing will conduct an independent appraisal of the site, and they'll also conduct a site walk, which we're in the process of scheduling. The municipality is encouraged and invited to have representatives available at the site walk for questions and comments, and that will be scheduled probably in the coming days. Once the site eligibility determination is made by Mass Housing, if they find that the projects are eligible under the proposed financing program, which is the New England Fund program, which allows for financing by private lenders to draw upon a subsidized lending fund called the New England Fund. Once that determination is made, the project eligibility letter, or PEL, is essentially the ticket to the ball. And once the developer has that, they can apply with the local zoning board of appeals for the comprehensive permit. In the comprehensive permit process, the Zoning Board of Appeals has 180 days or 6 months to review the project. And in that process, the zoning board stands in the shoes of all of the local permitting boards, department heads, and other local authorities in the issuance of all permits that are required by town bylaws. So just by way of example, for a project that would normally need site plan review, that would be done by the zoning board. Special permits would be the same thing, variances. But in the 40B process, those are known as waivers, but essentially the same thing. Waivers refer to the ability of the zoning board to relieve the developer from compliance with all local regulations. The standard of review for that is whether there's a need for affordable housing that outweighs a local concern. Now, I also want to highlight for your consideration that the Zoning Board of Appeals has no authority in this process to waive any state or federal regulations. So this project would be required to comply with all applicable state and federal laws. There would be other permits that the project would also need to apply for separately, such as a MassDOT access permit, and that would be done after the local review process is done. Just to highlight some project benefits from the developer's perspective. We feel that Brookline and the Boston area there's a critical need for housing. Understand that there's the subsidized housing inventory and that the town is close to the 10% metric. In the Boston and the Commonwealth in general, there is a broad recognition that we're in the midst of a housing crisis and that hundreds of thousands of new housing units, both capital A affordable and generally, are needed throughout the area. So we feel that this project will bring much needed housing to this area in an ideal location for it to be located. This project proposes affordable housing, deed restricted permanently and available during rent up to local residents of Brookline. Housing for seniors. Both of the projects will provide housing for seniors, and the second one at 1330 targeted specifically as age restricted for housing. The 40B process, from the developer's perspective, the benefit of that is a streamlined process, as I mentioned, 180 days with all permitting consolidated under one board. This project will generate significant tax revenue for the town of Brookline with the increased value of the property compared to its current development. So that concludes my remarks, and I thank you for your time. I'm available for any questions, and as is members of my team.
All right. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Thank you very much for the presentation. Go ahead, John.
This is more a question for the developer, I think, but your team can decide who should answer it. Thank you for the presentation. Very interesting. Gave us, I think, a good idea of kind of what we're facing here. There was an original proposal for hotel, commercial space. And now we have that still kind of on the table, still sort of on the drawing board, and still being looked at by a Chestnut Hill West committee with community members. But now we also have this proposal. At the end of the day, isn't the developer going to be more interested in developing the proposal that has the greatest potential for profit to the developer? Does somebody want to take a position on that?
Evening, everyone. Cliff Kensington again, representing City Realty. So I would, the point was brought up kind of early in the presentation. We are still committed to working with the community advisory group and the Chestnut Hill rezoning process. We are very interested in permutations. Are interested in continuing to develop proposals that fit within some of the frameworks and guidelines as they come out. We would, plan A is still to go that route. This, we see as a kind of plan B in case the results of that are either, continue to be delayed, or in the results that there is kind of requirements or decisions made that make a development infeasible under those zoning guidelines. So our goal is absolutely to still work with a project, but we just can't say right now, based on some of the kind of guidelines or ideas that have been thrown out, that uniformly that path is going to be feasible in comparison.
Yeah, and if you don't mind my just rephrasing the question, is the 40B proposal scaled so as to match the profit potential of the hotel and condominium, et cetera, proposal, commercial space?
I would say that there are various iterations of the hotel version that is better and more valuable than this 40B. This is not the absolute highest and best use of the proposals that we've been talking about, but there are other scenarios that have been talked about on the rezoning, that either come with kind of very high commercial requirements that we would have a difficult time meeting, or come with much lower discussions of much lower density that are worse than this. So I guess I would say that this is probably in the middle between some of the versions of the proposal, the mixed use version that we've been talking about, and other ideas that have been thrown out. So yeah. There is a large realm in which we expect that the rezoning, if it does happen, will absolutely be better than this. And we expect that, but this is more of kind of a, I guess, a hedge against
Yeah.
some of the worst
Okay.
outcomes of that.
Thanks, Cliff.
Anyone else?
Uh,
Michael?
Sure, I have just a couple of maybe specific questions. Thank you for the presentation and putting it forward and for the conceptual drawings. I appreciate seeing what these things would look like. I would also appreciate seeing what these look like with a slightly larger aperture. If you have, for example, neighboring units, neighboring parcels that have their images, it would be great for us and the community to see what those look like relative to each other, as opposed to just looking at the edges. So for this or other future presentations. The first question I had is, you had talked about unbundling the parking from the units for understandable reasons. I'm interested to hear your thoughts about how that unbundling affects the accessibility of parking for the people who are in the deed restricted affordable units. Are the parking units also deed restricted and similarly affordable, or are they all market rate?
So I can answer that one. So I should have said it during my presentation, for the deed restricted affordable units, the state requires those to come with one parking space at least. So those units, they will not be debundled. The other ones will be.
Okay, great, thank you. And the second question I had was, when you had discussed, all of these units have elevator access, and you had talked about some of them being accessible and some of them being adaptable to accessibility. In your experience with this kind of development, since you've done a lot of these 40Bs, or in particular for this one, do you have plans as to what percentage of the units would be accessible from the get-go, and what percentage of the units would then need further work or further constraints in order to be accessible?
So Tony can confirm if I'm right, but my understanding is that the EDA and MAB, Mass Architectural Access Board, requires 5% to be accessible, group 2 units. So 5% would be accessible from day one, and then the other ones would be adaptable.
Okay, thank you.
Paul?
Yep. Thank you for the presentation. I have a statement, not a question. First, I'm sympathetic. I know that this has been a long process that you've been going through, and it's been difficult at times. I did pick up on your statement that this is not the highest and best use of this location. I would agree with you. I think the community agrees with you. And my hope, I understand that we're making progress. And there's, some concerns on either side about ratios and stuff. But I would strongly encourage that we work together to find a solution that's mutually beneficial. 40Bs at this location is not the highest and best use. It's a tremendous opportunity for a generational addition to the town of Brookline with your help. So I would hope that we would find a path that is not this. So thank you.
Just a question I have regarding this proposal. You have the garages sort of toward the back. How would traffic flow work? Like, how do you visualize the cars getting into the garage and traversing the parcels?
We could go back to I'm not sure if there's a best way to go back to the presentation. Sorry, I don't want to sign out of something by accident. Yeah, thank you. So as Tony laid out, but we can get into it a little more detail. We are proposing to maintain site access the same as it is currently, Boylston Street through the existing curb cuts. There is internal driveways for circulation, but you can see that both garages, basically all 4 garages have entrances off of this Boylston Street, kind of call it parallel road, as well as all 4 of them having access from the rear off of this kind of Heath Street parallel road that is connected by this. So there is, you know, we were intentional to try to create entrance and exits on both sides to not create kind of bottlenecks or too much queuing, and maintaining a similar level of access to Boylston Street that exists now. And again, you know, as was mentioned, there will be emergency access potentially from Heath Street, but we are maintaining the no new traffic onto Heath Street as we've agreed to through prior iterations, as that was raised as a high priority for any version of the development of this site. So we're maintaining that. This road is mostly just duplicating for internal site circulation, loading, and then potentially fire emergency access as you get more kind of at grade with Heath Street in this lower corner.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, well, thank you very much again. This is a public hearing, and I know that Janice Kahn has signed up to speak. So go ahead, Janice, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Janice Kahn, town meeting member, precinct 15, and a nearby resident of this project. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I support the select board's draft letter requesting that Mass Housing deny a project eligibility letter for projects that would convert over 5 acres zoned for commercial development in Chestnut Hill to residential only housing. The replacement of 124,000 square feet of commercial space with 784 rental housing units in a part of Brookline that has almost no town services will have lasting negative financial consequences. For example, we will need to budget millions of dollars for a new fire company, the purchase of additional fire apparatus, and perhaps even build a new firehouse. Brookline has a decades-long commitment to creating affordable housing. Almost 40 years ago, we were one of the first 5 communities to set up an affordable housing trust fund. Our commitment to constructing affordable housing has not wavered. At one time, developers were interested in building affordable housing without incentives. My own neighborhood was a planned development built as workforce housing for blue-collar tradespeople in the 1930s, but no longer. The state statute known as 40B exempts developers from local zoning regulations, allowing 75 to 80% of housing units to be luxury in exchange for a much smaller percentage of relatively affordable units to be built. And oddly, those luxury units will count towards our subsidized housing inventory, which bears little resemblance to the number of affordable housing units that's actually being created. Developers use the law to erode our existing affordable housing and now to erode Brookline's last important commercial area. A 40B project a few blocks away just received its comprehensive permit. It removes 5 100-year-old triple-decker homes, which are part of the town's affordable housing stock, as well as 2 commercial properties. In exchange, we are getting a 6-story luxury apartment building with 25% of the units renting at 80% of area median income, same as is represented here, which is out of the reach of those who truly need affordable housing, and no commercial development in an important commercial area that would otherwise require first floor commercial. The Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Study Committee, on which I serve, is making a good faith and ongoing effort to come up with a proposal acceptable to all parties, with a mix of commercial and residential uses that is well-designed and right-sized. Approval of a 40B project on the site should be denied. Thank you. And I do have one response to a comment that was made earlier. So in the presentation, it was said, so with the exception of Sewell Recreation on Hammond Street, every so-called amenity for this project are in Newton. So yes, this will be an economic boon for Newton, but not for Brookline's commercial area. This project should be denied. Thank you.
Janice, could you please send your comments electronically to the board?
Yes, I will do that. Thank you very much.
That concludes the speakers who signed up in advance of the meeting. If there's anyone in the room who wishes to speak on this item, please make your presence known. If online, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature. Yes, if you in the white shirt want to approach. And please state your name and Brookline precinct number or address.
Hi there. My name is Martha Yurchak.
Sorry, can you move the mic up? Thank you.
How's that? Good. My name is Martha Yurchak. I live at 745 Heath Street. And I want to say we're making progress. I agree with Janice wholeheartedly that a 40B is the wrong way to go in all of the ways Janice so well articulated. The good news is that some of the conversations that we've been having over the past few months have been recognized. In particular, the massing on the east side of the site is showing up in this 40B proposal, which we haven't seen before. So I have faith that we can continue to find some road that's accessible, accessible, but acceptable to all of us. So thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room or online? Again, if you're online, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature at this time. There are approximately 10 individuals in the room, 16 online, and it looks like no one else is indicating their desire to speak during this public hearing.
All right, any further discussions by the board? Seeing none, thank you again for coming in and for presenting. I think you're hearing loud and clear, both from public comment as well as some remarks made by Paul and others, that we would like to hopefully reach a collaborative solution that would include a mix of commercial and residential and highest use for a really prime parcel. So I look forward to further discussions and hopefully we'll get there. Do you have something else you wanted to say, sir?
Nothing further other
Okay.
than to thank you for your time and
right.
the audience for their comments.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we will close the public hearing and move on to our next agenda item, which is.
Do we need the letter?
Oh, I'm sorry, the letter. That's right. Question of authorizing the chair to sign a letter to Mass Housing conveying the select board's comments.
Yeah, so David,
Go ahead, Paul.
so I think some of the comments that Janice Kahn made would be worthy of incorporating into the letter, I think.
Okay.
I think some of the, oh,
So use the microphone.
am I not speaking into the mic?
Yeah, just a little. Sorry.
Oh, a little more. Okay. How's it? Okay.
Thank you.
But I support sending the letter of denial.
Okay. Anyone else? John?
Yeah, I have a question about the letter of denial because, frankly, I'm a little bit confused as to what is expected of a municipality in response to a 40B application if the 40B application is prompted by, this 10% subsidized housing requirement that we sometimes, are in excess of and then sometimes dip below. And I don't think they would even be here tonight if not for the fact that, they see a window that is, we apparently dipped below the 10% subsidized units. Given that that's why they have put together this presentation and this proposal, does arguing to the state authorities that we in Brookline are doing a lot to create affordable housing tend to be deaf to the fact that we're not doing 10%, and that's why the 40B law exists. So is that the best argument that we can make to the state at the state level as to why they should not issue a project eligibility letter for this particular proposal? I mean, others might have more experience with these than I've had, but it just seems to ignore the fact that they wouldn't be applying if not for the fact that we dip below that 10%.
Kara, perhaps you could answer that.
My name is Kara Bruton. I'm the Director of Planning. John, I think to answer your question, I'm not aware of any harm that it would do to submit a letter to Mass Housing, but I agree with you. It's uncertain what the effect of it will be.
Mm-hmm.
I can think of a couple of examples that it appears from the outside that we were able to push in some positive direction on behalf of the town. One was the 40B that was filed at the Waldo Durgan site. The original proposal was for a 21-story building. And after the select board's comment letter, we didn't hear anything from Mass Housing, but when we saw the actual comp plan permit application come back in, it was for like half the height. So I do think that was effective advocacy of getting something that was at least reasonable for that property. And then last year, 429 Harvard filed a Pell application letter. And after the select board drafted a comment letter and revised it, they ended up pulling their application. I don't know to what extent that was because of the letter or because it was on Harvard Street where we had just passed as of right zoning. But that did happen as well.
Mm-hmm.
Kara, could you also comment about it, the 1.5 rule and whether we're in compliance there?
Yeah, so we are not, as far as my best calculations, we're not close to the 1.5%. Once we're over the 10% with putting stone, we will be back over the 1.5% by land.
Okay. Michael?
As you and I have discussed previously, this letter does not make any such recommendations about dimensional requirements or design guidelines or any other sort of particular constraints, as I think you just referenced in the Waldo Durkin site. So I'm just wondering, given John's question about like what the effectiveness of this letter is, in the event that we submit this letter and the mass housing moves forward, is it clear to you that even with mass housing issuing their PEL, that there will be a significant time before the applicants will be able to submit a 40B application that would end up overriding the town's zoning controls?
As far as I can guess, that's the case. This is based on what Chestnut Hill Realty is telling us of when they're going to be able to get their certificate of occupancy. So I certainly couldn't guarantee that, but it's my understanding that they expect to have their certificate of occupancy in the next 4 weeks. And project eligibility letters usually take 2 to 3, sometimes 4 months to work through with mass housing.
Paul?
So I guess, just in feedback, Michael and John, not specifically, but just in general, that if we're silent on the matter, then they'll say Brookline's in support, right? We're not supportive of this site being used for a 40B development. And so just hold on, I'm not debating with you. I'm just making a comment. That I think it's just important that we send it so that we go on record that we are opposed to it, that we think there's a better use, and we can raise the issues that we talked about here, as well as I think Janice Kahn raised a number of issues, and I'm sure Kara has a list too that she'd like to work with the chair on and the town administrator. But I do think it's very important that we go on record that we are not in support of this for a whole host of reasons. And as I mentioned earlier, I have great faith that we're going to have a meeting of the minds and come up with a project that's going to be beneficial for both parties.
Michael? You had something further to say?
Only to say that I agree with you.
Thank you.
Sorry, may I? I guess the line in the letter that, it just doesn't ring true for me. And by the way, I want to say, I think it's a terrific letter. I think it was really well put together. If anybody wants to see in 2 pages, a really good summation of sort of what Brookline is doing to try to meet affordable housing guidelines that have been, I'll say dictated by the state, read this letter. But it ends with the proposed residential only development would not advance the state's affordable housing policy and would be a setback in advancing housing policy in Brookline. Essentially, we're saying the 40B law, when applied, has the opposite effect that is intended. It doesn't advance the state's affordable housing goals, and it doesn't advance our affordable housing goals. So I don't get how we come to that conclusion.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question. I think the answer is 40B is a blunt instrument, right? And 40B is a blunt instrument by design. It's intended to be something that ensures that in communities that are below this 10% number, that something gets built. It doesn't necessarily mean So to the extent that that is the state's affordable housing policy, well, okay. But what I think what this letter does well, and what Kara and her team have done really well with this, is to demonstrate that 40B is not always the optimal solution to these issues. And it's particularly the case here, where the long-term effects of the development on the community will actually be detrimental to the construction of affordable housing and mixed use development, and all of the things that will cause the community to thrive and hopefully add units at multiple price points in the long term. Which is what the state's stated goal has been, and has been evolving. 40B is now a relatively old law. It's been on the books for 50 years. 1969. Thank you, Regina. And it's the state has tinkered over the years, but first with 40R and then with the MBTA Communities Act, with how to make what a blunt instrument a little bit more focused on the aims of the state. So I don't think it's out of line for us to say, yeah, the use of 40B here, which is an antiquated instrument it serves a purpose. And there are times when 40B is the right way to move forward in building affordable housing, but it's not the case here. So I don't think we're saying as a community, 40B is bad, we hate 40B. It's saying that at this juncture in this community, given what we have done and what we are doing to try and not just meet the spirit of the SHI and all of those things, but actually develop affordable housing at multiple price points. We gotta, we can do better. And we will do better. It's the process is long and tortured at times, but we're getting there. I think everyone has said we're trying to get there. So I don't think us saying that I think us saying it doesn't advance the state's affordable housing policy is right. And Carrie, wasn't there a situation where the state at one point, at least once, did say when someone was very close to the 10% line, you've done enough. We're gonna hold on this project for now.
Yeah,
It's
that
the unicorn exemption, but
yeah, the case in I want to say Easton, but I'm looking at my notes. I'd have to get it to you. In just a second. Yeah, in Easton, Sawmill back in 2012, the finding that mass housing used for that was holistic. It wasn't just one piece. In that case, Easton was very concerned about either endangered species or wetland provisions that were near or on that property. So it was a combination of it being a wrong site for residential development, as Easton argued, combined with the recent actions Easton had taken, which was the 40R district, which allows multifamily by right. So that is the tack that I'm trying to take here, is to talk up what we've done to have multifamily by right. And then using the importance of the commercial use on this commercial property as why residential only is not appropriate for the site. If I could, John's comment, this one sentence was actually a whole paragraph right before I hit send. And so with your permission, I'd like to work with the chair to flesh out the arguments a little bit more, put some words back in of the reason I was thinking that this does not advance the state's affordable housing policy is because the community has been working with each other, with town officials, and with multiple property owners to try to get rezoning to happen here. And the argument is if the mass housing issues upheld now, it's short circuiting that work, which means that it's going to be less likely that the community would be willing to go through that hard rezoning study anywhere else in town. But I cut that piece out, John, and I think you're right that it's not a very clear argument, and that one sentence is left there.
Well, yeah, it doesn't necessarily find a lot of support. Well, it does find support in everything that precedes it, excuse me. But maybe it does need a little bit more, fleshing out. If I may, I just want to ask Kara a question. I'm not sure I heard you correctly about this whole business of, we're at the threshold, we're below the threshold, we're above the threshold. All of a sudden, a window opens. Developers see an opportunity. Then there's the project eligibility process, which is, takes at least, what, 80, I mean, has to be over in what, 80 days, 90 days, something like that. Are you saying that if the window that has opened closes before the state comes to its decision on a project eligibility letter, that this applicant will no longer be eligible for consideration for a project eligibility letter?
At least, yes, but I always say for now, nothing's ever permanent. So for example, the decennial census is actually not that far away, as long as there is a census in 5 years. And that will change the denominator of
Yeah.
how the current regulations are. And the governor has, in some of their task force, has floated the idea in multiple venues of changing the 40B regs, so that one of the ideas floated out there is that you would only be able to count on the state's subsidized housing inventory those units that are 10 years or younger.
Yeah.
So all of the older affordable housing stock that's on the inventory from the 70s, 80s, and 90s, those would fall off. If that regulation were to change, it's, I think, a long way from actually getting changed, but possibilities like that is what gives me caution to make sure we don't think it's always a golden.
Just so that we all understand this. So if the window closed before the state had finished its process of issuing a project eligibility letter, would they continue to go forward until they reach their decision, then issue the letter? And would the understanding then be the next time the window opens, that developer has a project eligibility letter in hand?
Yes.
When the window opens?
That's
So-
right.
so
And
that's sort of how it would proceed.
yes, and it's also a possibility that certainly the process allows for City Realty to file a 40B application, whether or not we're above the 10%. If it was, a so-called friendly 40B,
Yeah.
you could imagine the Zoning Board of Appeals taking that up, and even though they wouldn't have to make a decision, they could. So that's another
Yeah.
possibility.
Yeah.
Paul?
So I wanted to, two suggestions. One is see if we can move this forward with authorizing the chair to make some edits in collaboration with the town administrator and our director of planning and community development to send the letter on our behalf. I'd be happy to have that happen. But two, I want to just rewind a minute and just remind everybody for me, what I'm reading here is a flag, a caution flag that's going up by City Realty saying, help, help, we need to come to a conclusion here. And that's really what's going on here.
Right.
And, my interpretation of this evening, and I really appreciated their frankness, is that, they're looking for a plan B just in case, there's unreasonable expectations of what they could possibly do that fits within their criteria. And frankly, we're already not rolling over for them. And, and I think it's coming to a place where the parties are working together, but that's the important thing. It's a flag. Caution. We're warning Will Robinson, right? So I would hopefully that we can move on with the letter and encourage our excellent planning and community development group, along with the committee that's working, that Janice is part of, and the developers and their lawyers, to come to a mutually beneficial conclusion.
Sorry, I have another question.
Go ahead, John.
So we have a whole bunch of 40B developments in town. They're either almost finished construction or they've been on site for quite a while. They were constructed a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years ago. In each of those cases, did we write a letter basically saying, please don't issue a project eligibility letter for this project? Because we're trying really hard to develop subsidized housing, but unfortunately, we're just not there yet.
Each letter's been a little bit different. Through the years, they've had different select board members, different planning directors.
Right.
Everything's a little bit different, but I think there is maybe only 1 or 2 times where the select board has said, don't issue a PEL.
Oh,
It has often been, it's more likely that it has been, here's some design things, here's some things we want to see with traffic, knowing that we didn't have any as of right multifamily zoning,
right,
which is named in the regs as a piece of the puzzle here for meeting local housing need. And so it focused on, okay, we know it's coming back. We'd like to see something smaller. We'd like to see something that fits with the neighborhood more.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So it sounds like we have general agreement to authorize the chair to work with Kara on some wordsmithing, further fleshing out that last point you made, John, about the end of the letter, and also incorporating some of Janice's comments into the letter. I'll go ahead and move that and we can vote on it. John?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I also vote aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So now we will move on to the next agenda item, which is the Select Board Public Bodies Handbook. Question of approving the appointed Public Bodies Handbook. Tiffany?
Sure. Yes, Tiffany Oliva, Assistant Town Administrator for Operations. This has been in your packet a couple of times now, and we have made some revisions for clarity. A special thank you to Select Board Member Rubenstein, who has helped to kind of reduce redundancy and make the document a bit more concise, improve clarity. And we went with, instead of boards, commissions, committees, advisory boards, all of the number of things that we call our advisory bodies. We've gone with public bodies. So I don't have much else to add to the actual document. We've also received a great deal of input from our chairs of our public bodies. Several public bodies have reviewed it, not this version of it, but kind of various versions of it, and discussed it during their meetings. So I do feel confident that we are at a good point, as long as you feel confident that we are at a good point to go ahead and move this along.
I believe we're ready. What do others think?
And this is under 13A, excuse me.
11A.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll get it straight. Okay, this is the handbook, not the immediate engagement.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
With your
Go ahead, Michael.
permission, I would just like to commend Tiffany and her team for taking this on. I certainly, as a new select board member, appreciate the learning that I was able to take from going through the document. And I hope that we use this document both in our recruiting process so that people who come onto public bodies are aware of their responsibilities, as well as ensuring that certain challenges that we've experienced in the past can be more cleanly and consistently resolved with these guidelines.
All right. I echo those sentiments. Thank you very much, Tiffany, for all the work you did on this and incorporating everyone's feedback and answering our questions so thoroughly. Anyone else? All right, then I will move that we approve the Select Board Appointed Public Bodies Handbook. John?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. All right, that brings us to our next item, media engagement policy and the social media policy.
We have Christina online.
All right,
Good
Christina,
evening.
go right ahead.
Good evening. I have the media engagement and social media policy in front of you again tonight. Select Board Member Rubenstein had offered some edits, and so I will be holding that back this evening, but I would like to ask you if there's no more edits or questions regarding the media engagement policy to approve that tonight, and I will come back to another meeting with the social media policy with those edits, making sure that there's no need to go back to the HR board for approval of those changes, and then I can bring that in front of you fully complete.
All right, anyone else? Paul, go ahead.
Bear with me for a second. I didn't get to plow through this document. If I remember when we reviewed this last time, which you did a great job walking through it, I think there was some feedback about how many parties and departments were on social media. How was that feedback incorporated, or was it incorporated? Did it result in any changes?
So there was one of the changes that Select Board Member Rubenstein had suggested was putting some information about boards and committees, or I'm sorry, departments commenting on other public forums and groups, like such on Facebook or like a Reddit post. And so that was actually put into the social media action plan, which is the attachment to the social media policy. That way we can amend that a little bit more freely as the operational strategy for social media rather than the policy and having to come back to you in the event that that may change.
Okay, so it's an attachment to the policy. By
Yes.
approving this tonight, are we approving the attachment, or that would be refined over time?
The social media policy is going to be held back. It's just the media policy.
Oh.
Sorry, the communication policy,
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was confused by that.
the
Sorry.
engagement
It's
policy.
late. Okay.
No worries.
All right, any other questions, comments? Okay, so why don't we go ahead and vote on the media engagement policy? So I move that we approve the proposed media engagement policy. John?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. All right, thank you, Christina.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Christina.
And now we will move to Driscoll Solar, question of approving the letter of intent and system purchase and installation agreement, subject to final approval by town council with Select Solar to purchase and install the photovoltaic solar array for Driscoll School. Have others had an opportunity to review the letter of intent?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Just for the public, I'm going to read the first paragraph so that people have an idea of it. Select Energy Development LLC in town of Brookline desire to enter into a purchase and installation agreement for electricity to be produced by a solar power electric generating project to be located at 725 Washington Street, and which is expected to qualify for incentives under a program or programs of the Massachusetts Department of Energy Resources, including the SMART Incentive Program. The parties recognize that the Massachusetts Department of Energy Resources SMART Incentive Program awards incentives on a first-come, first-served basis, and therefore host project economics are subject to the improved incentive for each project. The letter of intent is intended to formalize both parties' willingness and intent to enter into good faith negotiations to execute a P&I agreement pursuant to which Select will develop the project under the Power Options Solar Program. Then there's also an attachment that addresses commercial general liability, workers' compensation, and auto coverage.
And you have Alexandra Vecchio, our Director of Sustainability, is online.
All right, Alexandra, if you'd like to talk about this in more detail.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. My name is Alexandra Vecchio, Director of Sustainability and Natural Resources. I have a presentation just to walk through the materials that you're reviewing this evening. So I'm just pulling up my presentation now. Can everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. All right, so this evening I will go ahead and give you an overview of the Power Options Program. You'll see that referenced in the documents, both the LOI, the letter of intent, as well as the purchase and installation agreement. Talk a little bit about our existing solar projects in Brookline, the federal and state incentives for solar projects that we're trying to take advantage of, and is part of the reason that we are moving expeditiously. And then I give you a project summary of the Driscoll project and timeline. At the end of this, I'm requesting that the board approve and authorize the town administrator to sign the letter of intent, and then also the purchase and installation agreement to be signed by the board with a current estimated value of $343,155. I will note that should that value change based off of the additional analysis and assessment that is done for the project, I would return to the board for an additional vote for that amended contract value. I also will note that this same question was asked of the school committee last night, and pleased to share that they did approve unanimously, supporting both the letter of intent and the purchase and installation agreement. So the Power Options Program is an energy procurement program in New England. This program conducts and provides a competitive procurement process and supplier vetting on behalf of nonprofits and municipalities. So Brookline has worked with Power Options for many years on previous solar projects. I'll speak to those in my next slide. Both the letter of intent and the purchase and installation agreement, as you can see, are with Select Energy, and that is the preferred vendor through Power Options. So they have already gone through the public bidding process for us, and this really allows the town to save some time and energy on the staff's behalf and allows us to move a bit more quickly, which is why we're moving through the Power Options program. And we're doing that in particular in this case due to the changing federal landscape and our desire to take advantage of some of those federal tax incentives. I will say that Select Solar is a high quality solar installer and they have a significant experience in Brookline. So I do have the utmost confidence in their ability with this project. And in the past, Brookline has worked with them on numerous projects. We have typically done a power purchase agreement, and you'll hear that referred to as a PPA. So those allow basically a third party to own and operate a solar energy system on a customer's property. So in our case, we essentially lease out our roofs to, in our previous cases, Select through the Power Options program for numerous arrays that exist. And it allows Brookline to expand our solar canopy, but we don't require the same upfront capital, which is required in this case to purchase the panels in order to install them. So as you can see, Brookline has numerous rooftop solar arrays in place, but those installed in the last 15 years have all happened through that PPA, the power purchase agreements that I was talking about. So we have two very small systems that we own on top of the Health Building and Putterham Library. And I point this out in particular just because as we've been going through this process the last few months, this was a question that was discussed very heavily by the Zero Emissions Advisory Board, as well as the Building Commission. You know, should we follow past practice and enter into a PPA for this system, or should we opt to purchase this system? And based off of their review, the Zero Emissions Advisory Board, or ZEAB, is recommending purchasing this system rather than entering into a PPA. This was also discussed at the Building Commission. I noted that in your packet of materials. Overall, they were supportive and understand the project costs would be coming out of the Driscoll project overall, which does have the capacity to support the purchase of these solar panels. So I'm referring to different incentive programs that we're trying to take advantage of. So just want to touch upon both of those, some at the federal level as well as those at the state level. So at the federal level, the direct pay for investment tax credits that essentially allows tax exempt entities and governmental bodies to receive a direct payment from the IRS for the value of eligible clean energy tax credits. And this is something that is a provision that was added through the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022 and allows for municipalities to really benefit from the ITC and other clean energy incentives for the first time. So this is a really unique opportunity. Unfortunately, the most recent federal bill, the budget bill, or the One Big Beautiful Bill, that was signed into law on July 4th, eliminates the eligibility of projects that don't meet the safe harbor requirements. So as passed, projects that are safe harbored are ones that are contracted and under construction and have expensed at least 5% of the total project cost 1 year following the budget bill. So that is 1 year from this year's July 4th, which is one of the reasons that we are moving through this process now in an effort to make sure that we're able to meet that deadline. Unfortunately, since that bill has passed, there's also been another executive order that's been signed, and we're still waiting to understand the implications of that in terms of the timing on these projects. You know, best case scenario, what's currently in place under the budget bill that was signed into law would still hold true, but there is a possibility that they could be eliminating or severely reducing the safe harbor requirements faster than that. So we're trying to move quickly in case that is the outcome of that recent executive order. So overall, the federal incentives would provide us essentially a 30% return on the project cost. We also have state incentives that this project is eligible for through the Solar Massachusetts Renewable Target Program, which is referred to as the SMART program. And so over the 20-year lifespan of a project, we would receive rebates each year for the project. So both the federal incentive and the state incentive have been taken into account as we look at the overall financial implications of purchasing the system for Driscoll. A quick overview of the preliminary design for Driscoll. So this would be 272 panels for a 131.5 kilowatt system on the roof, generating about 144 kilowatts per year in the first year. So that's roughly going to be about 15% of Driscoll's electricity usage. And so then those savings would also be taken into account in the overall return on investment of this sort of project. So right now, these numbers are all preliminary. Typically, the letter of intent is signed, and then we come back and actually review the final budget proposal for this project and enter into the purchase and installation agreement. Again, as we're trying to move quickly and also to accommodate limited meeting schedules by school committee and select board over the summer, we're asking that we move through the LOI process. Then once we have an updated project cost, which could be higher or lower than the number estimated. If it's higher, we would return and revisit the purchase and installation agreement. If it's at that estimated amount of $343,155 or lower than that, we would sign and move forward with the agreement. So the anticipated project cost, as you can see here, is $343,155 with the federal tax credit, about 30% through the ITC. We would have $102,947 rebate. So after that, the project cost is $240,209. We have electricity bill savings that fluctuate from year to year, but we are looking at those over a 20-year lifespan. Solar panel systems can last longer than that, but typically 20 years is the minimum. We also have state incentives through the SMART program, and then our total revenue savings varying from $39,000 to $44,000 per year. We do also take into account that if we were to own this system, we would need to enter into an operations and maintenance contract. In the past, because we've installed systems the past several years that have been through power purchase agreements, all of that operations and maintenance and monitoring was done by Select as part of the PPA. So that would be an additional cost to the town. That was something that was heavily discussed when we were weighing the options here, and was something that was discussed with the building commission as well. It's a pretty minimal cost, and the scope of things varies from year to year and does increase over time as the system ages. But that ranges from $3,900 to $6,600. So with all of those considerations, the tax credits, the electricity bill savings, the state incentives, and taking into account the cost for estimated cost for an O&M contract, we anticipate that the system would be net positive by year 7. So the project timeline that we're looking at is signing that LOI so that we can begin coordination with Eversource and do some of the additional analysis necessary, engineering design and structural assessments to get a final project cost, sign the contract for the purchase and installation agreement, and then project construction. I have already talked to Select. Obviously we are not the only municipality that is trying to move quickly on installation of solar panels given the changes in the federal landscape. But they do believe that they would be able to schedule us in for this fall with a project construction timeline of 4 to 6 weeks. After that, we do have to coordinate permission to operate with Eversource. Typically, that's about a 1 to 2 month process, and then we would operationalize the system. I will note that the operations and maintenance contract isn't something that we're including at this time because the first year of the purchase and installation agreement does include 1 year of O&M. So we would return to add that component in for year 2 after the system is operationalized. So the recommendation is that the select board authorize the town administrator to sign the letter of intent with Select Energy, and then for the select board to sign the purchase and installation agreement for a value of up to $343,155 or less, subject to final approval by town council. And as I noted, should the project value increase, staff would return to the select board and also the school committee for review and approval of that amended contract value. Last night, school committee did unanimously support that same vote and is excited for this project to move forward. With that, I am happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions, Paul?
Yeah, quick question. Thanks, Alexander. Great job as usual. So this is a basic question. I'm sorry if it's too basic, but the slide that said you had after 7 years would be net positive. Does that mean that it has a 7-year payback? Have we recouped all our costs by then? Or I'm a little confused with your terminology because you can be net positive, but still not having the payback.
Yeah, no, that's correct. So that would be a return on any of the costs for the purchase. And then we would actually be generating revenue back to the town based off of what we would be saving through the electricity savings as well.
So it's a 7-year payback, and then it starts, we've covered all our costs, and then it's generating positive cash flow. Okay.
That's correct.
Did I ask that right, Michael? I think I did.
Go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Paul. But I want to follow up. Can you bring that slide back up, actually?
Yes.
So I'm looking at this, and if our after-tax credit cost is 240,000, and the minimum savings, if you just take all the low numbers, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, at least $70,000, and then the highest costs, you're still over $60,000. If we're getting $60,000 a year in savings and we have an after-tax credit cost of 240, why are we not net positive by year 4 or 5?
It also is taking into account that what the savings that we have, so that total revenue savings line of 39,408 up to 44,000.
That's a sum of the two previous.
Yes, I'm sorry. I should have displayed that differently. I apologize. Yeah, so that's a sum, and then from that sum, the cost that we would be incurring would be an O&M cost at that point. So then we're reducing those savings by somewhere between 39 to 6,600.
Okay, thank you. I was double counting.
John?
Yes, thank you, Alexandra. This is a great presentation. But did I hear you say that ZAB, their recommendation on this was the opposite of the direction we're going in?
No, they are in agreement. They feel that because of the incentives, that this is really an opportunity for the town to take advantage of and to generate some cash flow for the town. So they were supportive of a purchase of the system.
Okay, so that's good. I must have misheard that. Will the money for this come out of the funds that were borrowed for the Driscoll School construction project?
Yes, it will come out of the purchase for the system itself will come out of the Driscoll School budget total. Yes.
Yes. Okay. The construction budget.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's good to know. As a layperson, I've struggled to sort of figure out this whole business repeatedly over the years, and this argument has gone back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Is it to the advantage of the town or the homeowner to own the panels, on the roof and get credit for all of the electricity, generated by the panels? Or is it more to the homeowner or the town's benefit in this case to let a company that specializes in, installations of solar panels? They're basically paying us for use of the roof, right?
Yes, essentially, but then we aren't receiving the same electricity savings for the energy that system is generating in a power purchase agreement. So we're not getting the same financial rewards for that. So this is a very simplified description, but essentially with a PPA, you're still doing the right thing by the climate and offering those solar panels, but you're not necessarily getting the same revenue generation. Whereas if you're owning, then you're receiving both.
And with, the way that electricity prices are going to be so, variable in out years, how will we know if we made the right decision? I mean, is it possible that this decision could come back to bite us? And if we had known what, today, what we discovered in future years about, variations in electricity pricing, and also if we had known what the future of these solar energy companies would be, and it's been kind of a rocky road for a lot of them. At what point can we assess, are we getting back from this investment what we anticipated getting back from this investment?
Yeah,
When
good
do you
question.
expect to know that?
Yeah, good question. I mean, I will say, I'm just going to step back for a second and say that this is a little bit of a pilot in what we're doing here because as you alluded to or said, John, there has been a great deal of discussion of purchase versus and ownership of these panels versus a power purchase agreement, a PPA. And there's pros and cons to both, certainly. I think that in this case, there's a question of if we're looking to install additional solar panels on Brookline roofs and solar canopies elsewhere in town, will Driscoll be an opportunity for us to assess if purchase and ownership is the right path for us to go down, just because we haven't done it with a significant system in 15 years. So I do think that ultimately that is the goal here, is to take some lessons away from Driscoll. I think the biggest two things to keep in mind with Driscoll. One, we are at a unique point in time that we have this federal incentive as of today that we are taking advantage of, and that could change. And two, that we are in a position that the upfront capital to purchase this system is available through this project budget. So that isn't necessarily always the case. So I think there is a larger conversation to be had about how we want to handle these sort of questions in the future. But I think to your question of when will we know, I think that as soon as we are able to confirm that we have the rebates in place and that the system is performing as it's anticipated, we'll be able to track every year, are we on target as expected? What has changed based off of what we anticipated the costs and savings to be, and when are we actually seeing a payback on the system overall? Is it in year 7, or is it in year 10, or is it in year 5? So we'll be able to actually monetize that and measure it each year.
Great, thank you.
Michael?
I would also add to that when you talk about the risk of sort of the potential change in electricity prices, which is a legitimate risk. Fortunately, if we purchase the system and it ends up paying for itself, whether it's in 5 or 7 or 10 years, the amount of risk that we have relative to changing electricity prices diminishes greatly, because we basically paid for the system. It works just like the depreciation of any other asset. Once that asset is fully depreciated, then any use you get out of that asset is basically increased revenue and benefit.
Gravy.
Gravy, yes, that's the technical term.
A question I have, what percentage of Driscoll's energy needs will be met by having solar power? Do we have an estimate on that?
Roughly 15% of the electricity of the building.
Okay. All right, anything else?
How do we reach gravy? We could have talk turkey.
All right, so I move approval of the letter of intent and system purchase and installation agreement, subject to final approval by town council with Select Solar to purchase and install the photovoltaic solar array for Driscoll School. John?
Aye.
Sorry, if we could pause that vote just for a
Sure.
second. If you can amend that language to have it be question authorizing the town. Can you pull the language back up, Alexandra? Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Tiffany.
We've had to revise that a bit.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the amendment would just be to authorize the town administrator to sign the LOI, and then the rest remains the same.
All right, so I move authorization for the town administrator to sign the LOI with Select Energy and for Select Board to sign the P&I agreement with Select Energy valued at $343,155 or less, subject to final approval by town council. John?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Thank you all. Appreciate your time.
And we
Thank
will
you.
now move to boards and commissions reappointments. Question of reappointing members to various boards and commissions. I suggest that we take this in omnibus fashion unless somebody would like to pull one of these out. I will nevertheless go through the names, of course.
Yeah, I just
Paul?
had a quick question about the omnibus. So there's two components here. There's 14, which are kind of reappointments or appointments, and then there's the 15, which is the youth council.
Well, those are new appointments.
Those are new
Right,
appointments.
I'm just taking up 14, so
Just
the
14.
reappointments.
Yeah, because I did have a question about the other.
All right. So I move that we reappoint the following members to the various boards and commissions. To the Commission on Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, Jessica Chico. To Community Preservation Act Committee, Mini Kaluri. To the Human Resources Board, Gerald Raffel. To the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee, Scott Ananian. To the Preservation Commission, David King. Any further discussion on just this group? Seeing none. John?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. All right, now moving to boards and commissions appointments. So Paul had a question on this. Go ahead, Paul.
I just had a question about the youth council representatives, just the process. How did that all work?
Sure.
Because there's a lot of them, right? Multiple precinct representatives. And
Yes. Tiffany Oliva, Assistant Town Administrator for Operations, for the Brookline Youth Council, which was approved by town meeting. During that discussion of the warrant article, we had discussed having town meeting members review the applications of the youth and making recommendations. In doing that and trying to figure out the best way to do it, I grouped them into precincts so I could have reviewers discuss together who they recommend. And so we had a reviewer from each precinct except for one, which I can't recall which precinct wasn't covered. I can look that up, but broke them into precinct groupings. We received recommendations from every precinct group except precincts 5 through 8. That's because not enough applications were received from youth in that. Well, technically we received 2, but they wanted to see if there was additional interest from that precinct. Plug here, if you're still with us tonight, if you could make sure to share with youth in precincts 5 through 8 that they should submit an application, which can be found on our website. And then precincts 13 through 17 had the largest number of applications. And so because we have the way we kind of grouped it to potential appointees per precinct grouping, we had the opportunity to have an at-large member. And so I took that from precincts 13 through 17 since there was a large number of applicants there. And they did recommend a 4th person, which was Astrid Young, but that technically doesn't fit into the number of seats. So I have included her here as an alternate member.
so we got more applicants than
Yes,
seats
for
available.
for precincts 13 through 17, but we still need to fill precincts 5 through 8. So we'll leave that open for a little bit longer.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Michael?
I just have a follow-up question on the process. So you've added an alternate member for precinct 17. Does the enabling legislation allow us to add alternate members?
So the select board is authorized to add alternate or associate members at its discretion. This is not a voting position, but just someone who can sit and be a part of the conversation.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I have one more question, David.
Paul?
And I can't remember the legislation, but did it require makeup by precinct, or was it geographic, or that's just how we ended up doing it?
That's how we ended up doing it. There was no requirement for how to group things, just youth. And in order to get the greatest array of representation, we decided to solicit applications by precinct.
Thank you. Very helpful. Thank you.
What efforts are being made at outreach for precincts 5 through 8?
So the reviewers for precincts 5 through 8, I know I've been doing some direct outreach. We have done general social media outreach for all precincts. That didn't turn in as many applications, obviously, since we only got 2. So it also requests that you all help us with reaching out to youth in the community for precincts 5 through 8. But we can probably make an additional posting now on that.
Okay. I think, John, you had a further?
Yeah.
No? Okay.
Well, I just want to point out a few things, if that's all right. Because it's not clear to me, because it really isn't clear in the resolution that was passed by town meeting, or the bylaw that was passed by town meeting. It really isn't clear what will ensue once we have fully populated this commission. And since we haven't quite fully populated it, are we ready for it to have its first meeting?
Yeah, so I think the intent here is to start to get it moving along where folks, the youth can start to get sworn in, which might take some time. So wanted to, even though we don't have precincts 5 through 8, didn't want to hold things up and let youth go ahead and get sworn in. And I anticipate them having the first meeting right at the start of the school year.
Yeah. And I hope that happens. Under the terms under which this youth council commission was created by town meeting, the members of it only serve for a year. And if you're an 18-year-old member who turns 19, you're no longer eligible to be on the commission. So they've got to really get going.
Yes, they do.
And it's not clear, like, who decides when to have the first meeting of the youth council. And then it's not quite clear, once they have that meeting, what they'll do with their meetings. But, this is, we'll make the best of it. And thank you for all the work you've done to sort of get the town meeting delegations working on, deciding on young people from their precincts. I do think, townwide distributed membership is the way to go. It was created by town meeting, so I think it should be just like town meeting, broadly representative of all precincts in town. And you're doing a great job. So here's hoping we get to the finish line here.
Thank you, John. It wasn't really a question, but just a statement here. My plan is to help them, get scheduled for their first meeting, overview with them, again, the expectations of the Brookline Youth Council. And then hopefully they'll come up with some ideas about what project areas they want to focus on, or if there are particular boards and commissions that they want to focus on. My hope is it's not going to involve too much staff time from me once it gets up and running. But I will help to kind of orient them in the first meeting or 2.
Yeah. I think they're intended to be sort of a self-perpetuating group,
Yes.
And they will make the best of their opportunity to represent the views of the youth of the town.
All right. Given that thematically we've been talking about 15B, why don't we vote on that one first? So I move that we appoint the following youths to the Brookline Youth Council for precincts 1 through 4, Penelope Newsom and Sylvie Welu. For precincts 9 through 12, Noah Crewinghouse and Francesca Taranto Montemuro. For precincts 13 through 17, Abdul Karim Suleiman and Liam Neeloff. For at-large, Kai Dubin of precinct 17, and alternate member Astrid Young, precinct 17. John?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I also vote aye. All right, now let's go backwards for a moment to 15A, which is to appoint, if I can get it back up here, to the Brookline Commission of the Arts, Samuel Donovan King. Any discussion on this one? All right, John?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. Now for 15C, this is a question of appointing a committee of 7 for the selection of a designer to provide a feasibility study to evaluate the following for Fire Station 5. Renovate the existing structure, build an addition to the existing structure, or demolish the existing structure and build a new building. The proposed slate: David Perlman, Select Board Member; David Randolph, Assistant Fire Chief; Patricia Kripe, Firefighter Union Representative; Nate Peck, Building Commission Member; Karen Breslowski, Building Commission Member; Charlie Simmons, Director of Facilities for the Building Department; and Lap Yan, Director of Capital Construction from the Building Department. Any discussion, questions? Go ahead, Michael.
I just have a question, not about the slate, but is one of the options under consideration to build a new structure on a different site?
It is not. In terms of the reason why there's this language for renovate and more possibilities are being presented, some had been asking that given that we're renovating some of these other stations rather than going straight to an all-new construction, some felt it would be best to take a step back and explore all the possibilities for Fire Station 5 before honing in on one in particular. John?
And this is the station on Babcock Street?
Correct.
Yeah. I'll just say I'm glad to see this taking the direction that it's taking, because the original feasibility study was done on the original proposal for funding of fire station renovations, which was preceded by sort of a preliminary study, had proposed only that Station 5 be replaced with a brand new station. I mean, there was no discussion in there of renovations or additions. And I never could quite figure out why, because it's the newest of the stations. And the answer would always come back, yeah, but it was designed unlike any of the other stations after a model that became popular in California. Okay, but I'm still not sure, why that means it has to be completely, taken down and replaced with a brand new station. And I look forward to the results of this feasibility study. I'm glad they're looking at renovation and looking at possibility of additions as well.
And also the rubric for assessing various designers who might apply for this specifically calls for experience with renovation as a factor for which they'll be rated, as well as experience with new constructions, but trying to give equal weight to all those factors.
And if I may, just because some people might be wondering kind of what is the context of all of this, this is driven very much by, our need of addressing all of our fire stations in town, all of which are older than this Station 5, and none of which had separate facilities for men and women. And we now have, a fire department that, thank goodness, numbers among its ranks some women. And it was way overdue that we address the gender inequities in our fire stations. But somehow, where Station 5 was concerned, that became a project to completely demolish and replace the station. And I hope there'll be a really hard look at whether that is really necessary in the case of Station 5.
Gender issues were one part, but
Yeah.
if you speak to the fire department, their primary concern is health.
Yeah.
They have very significant issues with that building and the impacts on health and well-being. So, and we've completely ruled out building it on the parking lot and then using the parking lot for housing. The old fire station is that.
I believe so, yes, but Lap is here with us.
Hi, good evening, gentlemen. From and I'm an architect myself. From an architectural and zoning problem, you don't have enough square footage on that lot to build a brand new station while that station is operational. We do have plans for the fire department has plans where we'll relocate some of the people so that the town has adequate coverage. But it would be pretty physically impossible to build a new station on the same lot while we keep that station operational.
Lap, you're misunderstanding what
Okay,
my question.
I must be sorry.
My question was, right down the street on Babcock Street, there's a large parking lot, a municipal parking lot. And there had been an idea of, I know it was discussed, I didn't know it was completely ruled out, where to keep the fire station operational,
Okay.
so you don't lose a fire station, you build a new fire station on the parking lot on Babcock Street. And then when that is completed, you tear down the old fire station and either becomes a parking lot or whatever we were going to use that parking lot for housing. I thought it was potentially being considered for housing, but that way you're not losing an operational fire station while you're building a new station.
Okay. I did not realize that was an option. I could
Is it an
probably,
option, Chaz?
We've been talking about this, and the long and the short of it is it's not currently on the table. It's the process that we were going through in order, if we were to do that, it would require another level of analysis. It's a question of what goes on. It slows the process down. And at that point, you're basically consigning, you're kicking out Station 5. Pretty significant.
Or so it would actually extend.
It would extend the time
where it's completed, but you'd never lose the station.
Right. Well, you wouldn't have that station go offline, but the chief has a plan in place whereby with one station offline at any given time, we're still providing comprehensive coverage to the town. So it's not as though, we're not in a situation where bringing Station 5 offline is going to cause significant problems to the department. Whereas if we were to take the time and do that analysis, we'd be slowing down the time to replace Station 5. And again, the desire, particularly from the membership, is they want Station 5 taken care of. Okay. And so we're trying to expedite that.
Thank you.
and just to add another note, we're doing that at Station 4 right now. Station 4 is closed, and we're starting construction soon. We're just mobilized there, and we're going to start abatement and take care of Station 4. Hopefully in 9 months it'll be reopened.
John?
Lap, can you give us an update on how much funding was appropriated total, or at least was envisioned as the budget for these 5 stations, and how much we've spent and how much work remains to be done?
So from what I understand, and this is before my time, there's around $65 million worth of funding scheduled for the renovations of the fire station. So far we've issued a contract to Track Builders and you guys were there, for $13.5 million for the construction of it. We probably spent another maybe, I would say, $150,000 relocating the firefighters from Station 4 to Station 6. And architectural designer fees about $1.2 million. So all in all, we're probably $15 million between fire stations 1 and 4.
Okay, so and then there's 3 stations still remaining from the
Correct.
rest of the budget. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Lab. And with that, why don't we take a vote on appointing the committee of 7? John?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Do we have anyone else who wants to participate in public comment?
Is there anyone online who wishes to speak at this time? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, it looks like there's 12 online and no one else wants to speak, or no one wants to speak.
Then that concludes our meeting. Good night, everyone.